into part of that, I remember.
I think it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell. She can recover pretty quickly.
This one's a funny idea.
I made my parents. I was thinking of
I love this stuff. See how potato chips are made? Yeah, right.
Let me know when you're ready, Rod.
Love it.
Thanks, Jack.
All mics on? Mics on? Mics on down here? Okay. I call to order the Rolesville Town Board regular meeting, July 8, 2020. And let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Jackie, I think you're going to lead us in invocation.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the rains. We thank you for keeping us safe during the storms. We pray for the people of Surfside and those especially that were affected by the condo collapse. We pray that you will be with them and their loved ones and bring them closure in your great power and mercy and grace. Please guide and direct us tonight that all we do as decision makers and petitioners will be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that, Jackie. And we do have a lot to be thankful for. It is good to be able to open the chambers back up. It's a good crowd of people here tonight. Nice faces. Thanks for everybody showing up, and it just really feels good to get a little bit back normal. And this is really the first full opening we've had since probably March of last year. So it's been over a year now. So kind of welcome back on that. And one of the special things we're doing to try to get the public back engaged and the town back engaged with the public. We just want to do a little recognition for a citizen, and you know, the board and myself will work together, and it's nothing, you know, we're not doing anything fancy, just someone that stands out in our minds that really show our appreciation to what they're doing, and the good things that they're doing there. And I want to do that with one tonight. Hillary Steck, I thought I saw her over there. Did she? There she is. Just come up for just a second, if you don't mind. Put you in the spotlight here. Thank you for coming out and re-engaging with us. And just want to say, Hillary, this is the first time I actually met you in person, actually seen you in person. But we talked quite a few times on the telephone and stuff. And Hillary is one that really engage in the community in a way to serve. She looks for something that she can do to better our community. And one of the things, you know, she did was, you know, our streets and roads was kind of getting trashy there for a while. And she actually went out there on herself on some mornings and picked up trash, bagged it, called me and called, you know, Kelly and say, look, I got bags out here. Come back, send somebody out here to pick them up. And not only that, she also helps keep watch on things, you know, at the parks and different places. I know we have some issues behind the shopping center there that she's kind of let us know. Just a concerned citizen, and I really appreciate all you do, Hillary, and just reaching out. And I won't ask you to speak if you don't want to say anything, but I would like to just give you a little thing for appreciation that you can remember us by. And can we get a picture? If someone got a camera, in fact, I'll come down there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come.
they get involved. If you just, even if you're just simply walking your dog and you take a bag with you and you see trash along the way to pick it up, it's an easy thing to do, and it was getting out of hand. I just do my road on Jonesville Road, leading into my entrance, and I got a few people to join me, which was wonderful. I encouraged them to come tonight because I thought they deserved recognition as well, but they're kind of shy, so they backed off. But if, you know, if you can get other people, even if you do it for an hour or a month, every little bit will help. I'm sure you've all been on 401 on the roadside or 540, and you saw all the trash, and you just couldn't believe how so many people throw their garbage out the window. And yeah, that's what it takes. It takes a lot of concerned people to do a little bit, and every little bit helps.
Yes.
I certainly appreciate it, and,
Well, I know. Thank you.
and thank you for calling me. You know, I'm open. I hope I felt, you know, you felt like I was open to talk to you, because, you know, we talked a long time one day about all the good stuff you do, and just appreciate everything you do.
We had a lot of struck deer on that road.
Yeah, I
We
forgot about
called the DOT, and she erected 2 signs, one on each end for deer crossing. I
Yeah.
hope that helps.
Yeah.
So my belief is if you see a problem,
Fix it.
do something about it.
I forgot about the deer, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Come on up, hold that little bit. There you go. There you go, thank you. One more. Perfect, thank you.
That's awesome. Awesome, awesome.
Okay, that was good, and we're going to try to do one of these once a month. And like I said, they're small, just small little appreciation things. And we did want to recognize the Rolesville High School track and field team tonight. It was on the agenda. They actually had won their conference, which I think they called it the NAC conference. Is that right? Northern Athletic Conference or something like that. They won it 3 years in a row, so that's outstanding achievement on their part. But I think we're going to delay that until September, when the kids are coming back. I think the coach had a little difficult time with people's vacation schedules during the summer and school's out type stuff. But we'll recognize them and do a proclamation when they come back. So. All right, at this time, we'll review the agenda and ask was any changes, anything from new business, anybody want to add anything to the agenda or take it away. Only item to be added, add number 7 to the consent agenda. We do need one more public hearing. Have to do with Redford Place building facade modification. It falls under SP 19-03. You may remember this is the building that's going beside the elementary school, the 2-story, I think, building, commercial building there. So they're asking for maybe a consideration for some modifications there that will require another public hearing. So if we can add that in the consent agenda, that's the only modifications I think the staff is requesting at this time.
Yes, sir.
So I entertain a motion maybe for the agenda.
So moved.
All right. I got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I bring your attention back up to item number 3? I think we want to do the town employee recognition tonight. We have some new employees here. I don't know if that's on the
Yeah, I've overlooked that. I appreciate that. Yeah, we do have some new employees that we do want to recognize tonight, and we want to ask Kelly to lead that. So,
Sure. I'll let a couple of the department. JG, why don't you start, and then I'll follow you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight, I'd like to introduce Madison Berry. She is our new program coordinator for the Parks and Recreation Department. She's a graduate of NC State University and currently working on her master's in Parks and Recreation Management. She plans to hopefully wrap that up next spring of 2022 to have complete her master's in that. Madison began working with us in February part-time out of college, so she's trying to get that experience, and then we went through the interview process, and she rose to the top, and so we're very happy to have Madison as a part of our team. She's able to hit the ground running and continue the program as we already have and bringing new ideas to our department already. So I'd like to introduce you to Madison, and welcome to our team.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madison.
I'm very grateful for this opportunity and very excited to serve the Rolesville community through our programming. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Thank
Very
you.
good, thank you.
So switching hats real quick, we have a new employee in Public Works also. So I'd like to introduce Eric Brantley. He comes to us working from construction in the private sector. So he's got, several years of experience in that, so he brings a wealth of knowledge to our team, and he's hit the ground running. I think he's already mowed several acres already and battled the weather that we had today, so we'd like to appreciate him and welcome him to our team for Public Works as well.
All right, welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Thank you, JG.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Town Board, I'm here and pleased to introduce Lisa Alston. Lisa is our new Human Resource Director, our first and newest Human Resource Director. Lisa was our finalist in our process that we went out for a national recruitment and brought forth some good candidates, and Lisa rose to the top, and so we're very pleased. She started about 2 weeks ago, I believe, and I'll let Lisa introduce herself and tell a little bit more about her. So Lisa, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I have about 15 years of human resource experience. I started off as the personnel officer at the Franklin County Department of Social Services. Then I became the Human Resources Director for Warren County, and most recently Person County. And then when I saw this opportunity, I said, this is an opportunity I cannot pass up. Rolesville was calling my name, and I am so happy to be here, and I'm excited about all the good things that are on the horizon for us.
Very good.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I would say that we're excited to have you, Lisa. This is a new role. I think we had been covering it by another department, so we're actually creating a new completely standalone HR department, which I think is going to be a big benefit to the town employees, our department heads, helping with those, police chief included, and we got a lot going on, and one of the big things is our people, and you're going to help us with that, and appreciate you coming aboard. Thank you. Any board members want to say anything?
I'm just excited to see us getting more staff. I'm always kind of holding that banner up, we need more, we need more. But more staff means we need a bigger place to put people, so stay tuned for that. We are growing in a good way, so I'm excited to see the staff we're adding, so thank you all and welcome.
Yep, welcome each of you. Thank you. Now we'll move to the board liaison reports. The first one, Mayor Pro Tem Medley. Anything from planning board? Anything report there? I know.
No, we didn't have a meeting last month,
Right.
so there's nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sutton, Economic Development.
So I have just a can you all hear me? I don't know if my mic's on. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay. I just have a very brief update. As we know, we have what's called our Economic Development Group that we're working on, our Association for Downtown Rolesville. We most recently met June 8th to have a meeting about our economic visioning statement. So that is in process, and this group is going to be instrumental in helping Rolesville grow economically. Michael McFarland is helping us with that. Our Economic Development Manager is helping with that. I was not able to personally be at the meeting, but I'm glad to see the group is moving forward and looking forward to what's going to come out of that group. I will say I was able to attend a field trip. We took a field trip to Holly Springs to meet with their elected officials and some of their staff about what they're doing in Holly Springs and what they have done. Very exciting. I'm all about getting out of our bubble and finding out what other municipalities are doing. So it was a great opportunity to see and to share, and I am so grateful to Holly Springs for partnering with us on that. I thought that was a great event that we went to, and I look forward to us as a board getting out and doing more of that. So we are growing, and we're growing in the right way, responsibly and really learning from others. And I would just encourage the board, the staff, and all of you to just pay attention to the Chamber of Commerce events. There's a lot of exciting events going on. I think this weekend we'll have our, right out here, what's it called? Oh my God, Farmers Market. Please come out and support. That's a great way to support and a great way to get outside. And then one other thing I want to say, I constantly walk around, and if I meet a business owner, I talk about Rolesville. So I ran into one of the business owners that I have been talking to about Rolesville in Raleigh. They have a restaurant, and I've been putting our name out there. Before I said anything, she said, "You're from Rolesville, right?" So it does make a difference when you go to businesses. You know, talk to them about our town. Marketing, even from our citizens, can make a big difference. The more you say that name, you are branding Rolesville. So I would encourage you to do all that when you're out and about. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, appreciate that. Commissioner Bilger, Parks Recreation Advisory Board.
Our last meeting, we didn't have a quorum, but we did sit there and discuss a couple items. Talked about the farm update, that's coming soon. More to come on the bond issue that we're looking to do. The Cobblestone Community Center, we'll have more on that when we get to that part tonight, but a couple questions came up regarding that. And to make sure we have a quorum next time, we have new members that are going to be coming on board. So we have 2 new board members, and we have 2 that were existing board members that will be coming back.
Okay,
And that's all I
sounds
have.
good. Thank you, Paul, appreciate that. Public Safety, Commissioner Wilson.
We're still working on the merger with the fire department, the urbanization of the fire department, and Kelly, I assume they have not given us their opinions and their views on the unification agreement yet, but I am told that they're working on it. So we'll get into that a little deeper. A few key people on vacation at the fire department this week. They'll be back next week, so we'll probably start pushing that a little bit.
Gotcha.
Mr. Wilson, may I add something on that, if you don't mind? Just for your all information, and I left last week and I've on leave and I forgot to promote it to you all. We have updated our website, and on the fire drop menu, you can go on there now and see the activity level that's been going on if you want to. And it has links to the meetings and such like that. And apologize, I completely forgot to let you know about that, but that was something that was accomplished over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And so want to let you know, if you ever want to keep track, and I'll try and remember to direct you there, but there is information now on the fire website, on our page.
That's good.
Our page.
Exactly, thank you. Appreciate you adding that, Kelly. That's a good point to add there. Commissioner Sneed, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, anything to
There
report
is
there?
nothing new. I browsed their website looking for any new information, but it's been a while since it's been updated, so I'll keep checking and let you know when there's news out there.
Thank you, appreciate that. Now we got the public to be heard, and this is anything outside of our public hearings that we have scheduled for tonight. So if we have any public that has signed up for to be heard outside of the public hearings, now's the time to step forward. Don't have any signed up? Okay. Thank you. I know we have some public folks here that probably will be speaking at the public hearing, so we will have that coming up very shortly. Consent agenda. As you can see, there's three items in number 1 that has to do with approval of minutes. There's 3 resolutions. R27, 28, and R29. I think all three of those we have kind of covered in workshops and discussions. And then there's requests for 3 public hearings. And as you can see there, Annex 21-01 request, ANX 21-02, and then it's a third one for the reference place that I discussed earlier. I think we are asking for all those to be August the 3rd.
Yes, sir.
So 1 month from today. Is there any other discussion on, high-level discussion on the consent agenda? And as always, if any commissioner would like to discuss anything separate that's on the consent agenda, you're welcome to pull it, and we will vote on it separately immediately after the consent agenda vote. So has anybody got anything they want to pull from the consent agenda? Not hearing any, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Jackie Wilson, motion to approve. Sheila Sutton, second. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now we'll get into the action of the board. And the first one is a continuation of public hearings, ANX 20-06, and a continuation of public hearing, MA 20-04. The first one is a voluntary annexation petition for 13.102 acres located at 2005 and 2033 Waite Avenue. And the other public hearing has to do with the Unified Development Ordinance map amendment for those same acres and the same location with a request to amend it to R3 condition zoning. I think last meeting, which been quite a while now, where we tabled this, we were taking the public comments as one. It's kind of hard to comment on one and not the other, so we will continue to do that. But the board will vote on them separately. So, so with that, I will ask, is there any opposition to the board in doing that? Everybody's okay with that? Attorney's okay with that? Okay, I'll start off the public hearing by, I don't think I need to open this, already open, continuing it with Julie, if you want to give us a quick update on where we're at.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening. So what we have is the continued public hearing for a case ANX 20-06, which is a voluntary annexation for 2005 and 2033 Waite Avenue. On your screen, you will, well, on the screens, you will see the area outlined in red, and the hatching is the 2 parcels in question tonight for the annexation. So we've got surrounded by the Wake Forest Urban Service Area, Rolesville and Wake Forest, and then across the street here, this is the town limits for Rolesville. This is a RNPUD development, and then you've got the Wake Forest town limits on the other side here. So this is the annexation map. And again, just a refresher, because you've seen this information before. And the new slide that you haven't seen is that we'll just go over some of the particulars for this. The board can consider the annexation for these parcels only if there's a desire to rezone from county zoning to town zoning. There is an application on file for the rezoning R3CZ, which is the map amendment request that we'll see here in a minute as we do both of these hearings combined. The continued rezoning hearing will be the next item on the agenda. If the annexation is not approved, the rezoning case will not move forward, and you will not have to debate or decide on what you would like to do with that rezoning case. So if the annexation is denied, the rezoning case does not move forward. If the annexation is approved, then you have 60 days to do the rezoning, to apply town zoning to those parcels. If R3CZ is not the desired zoning, another zoning district may be assigned within those 60 days. If the board is unsure what zoning would be the highest and best use for the parcels, the annexation should be denied until the board is ready to rezone. So just to recap, the annexation is in front of you, will be decided on first. We're going to do the hearings together, the annexation and the rezoning. The rezoning will be decided after the annexation. and will only be voted on if you proceed with the annexation as approved annexation. If you deny the annexation, then you do not have to move forward with the decision for the rezoning. If you do the annexation and you would like to apply another zoning district to the area, we have 60 days after we make the decision on the R3CZ zoning. So there's a couple of steps that follow. As we get to that point, the town attorney will be able to help us make those motions in the order that they need to do, but just as a quick outline for you so we're on track of what needs to happen. So with the next item, C2, for the case for MA 20-04. It is the same two properties you've seen for the annexation, 2005-2033 Waite Avenue, and it's to rezone the parcels from county zoning Highway District HD to Rolesville Residential R3 CZ. So again, you see the properties outlined. The location map that you see here on the left, we have the two parcels outlined in red. Again, on the map on the right, we have the two parcels outlined in red. The left is the zoning, existing zoning, and then the right is the future land use. So this is an RMPUD. When we updated our zoning map, the RMPUD is now a archived zoning category. You can no longer zone into RMPUD, but the RMPUD did not change. With the label changes, we kept them as RMPUD. The map on the left is the future land use map from our comprehensive plan, and it has those areas shown as medium density residential. As this area is outside the comprehensive plan because it was outside the town limits and outside the ETJ, this area was not included in the comprehensive plan. So the current land use and existing use conditions are single-family uses on the parcel and surrounding areas. The parcels are located outside the town limits in the ETJ. It is within the annexation agreement boundary. The annexation agreement right now is being updated with Wake Forest, and the survey process has begun, and that process will be continued over the next several weeks as we redo that annexation agreement. However, the annexation still would be considered ours even without the agreement because it is closer to our town limits as a non-satellite or a contiguous annexation than it would be to Wake Forest's. So it would be still within our jurisdiction. Yes, Jackie?
If you go back to the previous slide,
Sure.
the orange is medium density.
Yes.
The request for the annexation, is that medium density?
For the comprehensive plan, it could fall into medium density or high density. For the R3, it is considered high density. However, with the differences between how we did our density in the UDO versus how the density was defined in the comprehensive plan, there's some overlap between what is allowed in the medium density residential and the high density residential for our zoning districts. So the surrounding parcels are county zoned, either highway district, which is HD, residential 30, which is a low density residential, or the residential planned unit development, the RMPUD. And the RMPUD for Wake Forest was approved as 143 single family lots, and that was with special use permit 18-01. The annexation is being held concurrently tonight, and again, just to recap, you're doing the annexation motion first, and then depending on what that motion is and the decision from that motion, then you will do the rezoning. So the petition is to rezone for R3CZ. However, the board may recommend another zoning district that is the highest and best use that they feel. So whatever we do for that map amendment request, you will need to provide a consistency statement report for that resolution. So as your decision tonight, you'd be thinking of how that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. When you make your motion, you can say that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and you'd like to update the comprehensive plan, or it is just inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and you would like to keep it as it is. So for the R3 district, it's an established district in which the principal use of the land is for high-density, pedestrian-friendly residential purposes. And the regulations of this district are intended to discourage any use which would be a nuisance to the development of residences or detrimental to the quiet residential nature of areas included in the district. R3 developments are restricted to 15 acres for townhomes and multifamily. The request is for roughly 12 to 13 acres. And the R3 townhomes are restricted to 8 units an acre for density and 8 units per structure. And what we mean by 8 units per structure is you can have 8 townhomes in a row as part of one building before you have to have another building. There was a neighborhood meeting held. It was held virtually due to COVID-19 restrictions. The meeting minutes and attendance were included in your packet along with the sketch plan. And the meeting was held by the developer, and they'll answer any questions about what happened at the neighborhood meeting because staff does not attend those meetings. So the original request for was rezoning. After the neighborhood meeting, the amended application came through as to a conditional rezoning, and the applicant volunteered conditions based on the neighborhood meeting concerns. And the applicant will present their conditions as part of their presentation. They have updated their conditions as part of that site plan process. The site plan approval process is the next step after the rezoning amendment. They did turn in a sketch plan, not a site plan. The sketch plan is what is required for the UDO and 160D regulations, but the sketch plan is not a site plan, so further details will be coming. If you approve the rezoning tonight, you will still see a site plan come through, and that will be a quasi-judicial hearing as part of the UDO process. Since this is coming in underneath the UDO, not the LDO, the UDO will still apply as this application was put in before June 1st. The application is complete, and a sketch plan was updated with additional conditions, and the sketch plan does comply with 5.4.2.1 and 15.3.5.1 are the two different sections where you have the checklists for what is required on a sketch plan. Not a site plan, but a sketch plan. So this is the sketch plan that has been submitted. This is the most recently updated. You see the fencing detail in the corner. You have a larger version of this in your packets. I know it's a little bit hard to tell on the screen, but you see the perimeter, you see the topo, you see the building permit, the building footprints, you see the driveways, you see the parking spaces, you see the ingress and egress, and the other details, the stormwater, the park and the dog park area, and some of the other things that were listed on the sketch plan. So you see that updated sketch plan there. We did have the elevations turned in from the applicant, so I included them in the packet. So this is what the final product would look like, very similar to the product that we have in Barrington Townhomes, right behind Town Hall. So you have your front elevation, the left elevation, the right elevation, the rear elevation, and then we'll go into the comprehensive plan. So the future land use map does not include these parcels for Waite Avenue. The parcels just south of Waite Avenue are included as medium residential, as Jackie pointed out earlier. If the board recommends approval, the consistency statement will address the amendment to the comprehensive plan. And if the board recommends denial, the consistency statement will state why the proposal is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So under the town-approved plans, we do have a community transportation plan, which calls for a 4-lane divided raised narrow median with curb and gutter and side path, and it does match Wake Forest transportation plan for the area. When we did our CTP, we did speak with Wake Forest to make sure there's continuity along our outer edges of our CTP to make sure that we were keeping in line with what everybody else is doing to keep that consistency across our plans. For the comprehensive bicycle plan, we did not include these recommendations because it did not include the area. The Main Street plan is a little bit farther south and did not cover this area as well. For the town-approved plans, only looking at the Rolesville plans is what was compared for the staff report. Wake County plans and Town of Wake Forest plans, they do have plans and policies in place, but we do not enforce that at Town of Rolesville staff. So looking at it, if this is annexed into the town, it will be part of our town, so our town policies would apply to these processes. So the rezoning process may consider harmony with the surrounding areas, even though those surrounding areas may not be a part of the Town of Rolesville. So we can still consider the harmony of the area that would be parts of Wake County and parts of Wake Forest. So there was a traffic impact analysis. That was a trip generation letter because the TIA, after they did the trip generation letter, they discovered that the TIA was not going to be required because the trip generation estimate was for AM peak hour 51 and for PM peak hour 70 trips with a total daily trips of 638. So for the TIA to be tripped, you have to have 100 trips per peak hour or 1,000 daily trips. So as these are lower than the threshold, the trip generation letter was submitted instead of a full TIA. Planning staff does find the request reasonable in the public interest and as amended will be consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan, and we do recommend approval of MA 20-04. The planning board also recommended approval of the request to rezone the parcels to R3-CZ and recommended approval that we amend the town's comprehensive plan and amend the future land use map to identify this area as medium density residential, consistent with the surrounding land use, and that the petition was reasonable in the public interest, and the motion was carried by unanimous roll call vote as it was a virtual meeting. Yes.
And 8 units per acre is considered medium density.
Yes.
Okay.
And what is this one? Is it 8?
This is, I think it's 7 something,
A
so
little less than 8?
I think it's less than 8.
So the density is
It's 6.
6?
6. Okay. So that is in compliance with what's across the street in the orange that you showed us.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is the recap of the last continuation of the May 4th meeting. So we do have the applicant here to speak tonight on their behalf. Now that I've given you the background, any application questions that you have should be directed to the developer and to the applicant. So if you have no questions for me, I'll turn it over to them. If you have questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions for the staff before we do that? Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. Okay, at this time, we're taking comments from public in favor, so that would be the applicants. Anything you guys want to come up and present to us? Please state your name and address, if you don't mind.
Okay. Chase Massey with FLM Engineering, 8218 Creedmoor Road, Raleigh, North Carolina. And we have some exhibits here that Julie recommended she would help us pass out, or we could pass out, just showing proximity of existing townhomes to our site here, if we could, Julie. Need me to help you?
Yeah, should get them, should get them. Okay, you can continue.
Okay. Just wanted to point out what you're receiving there is a map showing our site, which is the red star, and all existing and proposed townhome developments within the area. Just speaking to what Julie was mentioning earlier regarding the harmony of the area. It's not an isolated site there that we're asking for townhomes. There are townhomes similar, in similar proximity to our site.
So what we're seeing is just townhomes sites?
That's correct. They may be mixed with single family, but all the developments have townhomes in
components.
it. Yes, sir. As Julie mentioned, our project does involve the rezoning of the two parcels along Wade Avenue. I would like to note that the existing zoning district does allow townhomes, the residential highway district in Wake County. Our request actually eliminates some higher intensive uses by eliminating some of the commercial uses that are currently allowed there. As an example, a gas station could go on the parcel now. It is currently zoned to accept gas stations. With our rezoning request, we're going strictly residential there, so that does eliminate some of the higher intensity commercial uses. Regarding the maximum density, as mentioned earlier, the maximum density for the district is 8 units per acre. We're proposing 6.19 units per acre there. That's in harmony with the PUD going through now just south of us across the street, has 180 townhomes there. That's right next door to us. Our request is for 77 units over our 13 acres.
I'm sorry, which one did you just reference? I was looking down.
It's the one directly across the street from us, right across Wade Avenue. It was the big orange parcel.
Bales Wait.
Yes.
Yeah. It was the big orange parcel that Jackie was
And
speaking
it
about
has
earlier.
townhomes and single-family homes, just
It
clarifying.
does, yeah. It has about 180 townhomes and 100 single-family homes.
Right. But are there ones on here that you were trying to identify that just have townhomes that I need to note?
A multitude, I mean, I'll grab them out.
That only have townhomes that are in Roseville?
All of these are not just Rolesville projects. They're projects that are around that circumference.
Right. I was just asking about the Roseville ones, so.
Barrington has just towns in that section in the back. The rest of them are PUDs. Granite Falls is. The Carlton Park is just townhomes. You guys
Which one?
previously approved that across the street.
Carlton Point
No,
townhomes?
not Carlton Point, Carlton Park. That's the townhome parcel that's behind the ABC store that's being developed currently.
Oh, that's over here, though.
Isn't that Carlton Point?
Yeah, I think
Is it
Carlton
something-
Point is a
Okay, I
subdivision.
thought it was
and-
something else.
It's actually
That's
not
over
a part of Carlton Point.
Right, they're the subdivision. This is Carlton Park.
It's
Carlton Park.
Carlton Park, which is a totally standalone subdivision, not a member of Carlton Point.
But it is over here, though.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that was a part of that when it was introduced.
I did, too.
So did I. I remember the developer
No, we
coming.
can't use the amenities.
Same
or
developer.
anything.
But same developer.
But not affiliated.
Oh,
Right.
sneaky.
Because the original was a PUD, and it was approved years ago, and you couldn't invite them into that same HOA without a consensus of the whole neighborhood, so it's two standalone neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you.
Just going back to the density requirement there, I just wanted to noted on our sketch plan, but the open space requirement is 15%. We're doubling that, and we're providing 33% open space at the parcel. So that speaks back to not using the maximum 8 units per acre, and still coming in that medium density there. We did have a neighborhood meeting back in February 11th. Among the chief concerns raised by the neighbors, the first was privacy. To mitigate that, one of our conditions was to provide a 6-foot opaque fence around 3 sides of the parcel, as shown on the sketch plan that you have. In addition to that fence, as required by the town, there is a vegetative buffer that goes around the 3 sides of the parcel that don't face Wade Avenue. So all units will be 40 feet from the parcel line. So we added that as our,
Is that required or is that addition?
the buffer is required by the town.
It is?
The fence is our condition.
Okay.
That was our addition. But I was just stating the buffer just to state that no unit will be, it will be at least 40 feet away from the property line with an opaque fence there. Another concern raised at the neighborhood meeting was rock blasting. We added a condition to our request there, noting that site construction shall occur between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Any blasting, hammering, drilling, or similar destruction of rock will only take place between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Additional concerns noted at the neighborhood meeting were traffic. I would like to note that in consultation with DOT, they did confirm that 2 driveways will be needed at the site, one being a right-in, right-out, and one being a full-service driveway that will require a left-hand turn lane. Additionally, the developer will be responsible, as Julie mentioned earlier, for the street section. The developer will construct half of the road per Rolesville street section there, and that includes a right-of-way dedication, a street buffer, and the multi-use path there. Between the turn lane and the road widening there, that should mitigate some of the traffic concerns. As Julie mentioned, a traffic impact analysis was not required for the site. And then I shouldn't say the last, but one of the chief concerns raised at the neighborhood meeting was drainage. I would just like to note that all drainage and stormwater management will have to be approved by Wake County with our construction plan development. Those were the initial conditions we had with our request, the main 2 being the opaque fence and the limiting the construction and the blasting times. When we met here on May 4th, we were told to include a sketch plan with our request. That's the plan you have before you tonight. Staff reviewed that plan, gave us comments. We addressed their comments, and with the addition of that resubmittal, we added 2 more conditions to our plan. They're noted in the notes there. But we added conditions to specify minimum amenities for the playground and picnic areas. And with that submittal, we included the townhome renderings that you have with you. That was all I had on my part. I know Jim's here to speak to some of the residential side.
How many conditions did you mention there? Was it just,
We have 4 total. We had 2 with our initial request regarding the fence and the construction blasting. And then the 2 we just added are noted there on the site plan, adding some minimum amenities.
so is all 4 of those in our packet? Do we know? Because I don't see but 2, unless I'm looking at it wrong.
There was one more too, that we stipulated ourselves, and we got approved from DOT for the 2 separate entrances, because originally I think the plan showed 1, and I believe Ms. Smedley asked.
Maybe I'm
if we
looking
had
at the
2, and
zoning.
I think we went back and added 2.
Maybe looking at the zoning. This is conditions of the annexation or the zoning?
Ours is conditions of the rezoning.
Yeah, my package don't show but 2.
Julie, you want to address that first?
So the conditions are not written out because they are included on the site plan itself. So the conditions are on the site plan. When you approve the site plan, they will be approved by reference from the site plan.
Okay.
And that is the fencing, the blasting notes that are on there, and then the 2 additional notes that they added from the last time. Notes, I believe it's 6 and 7, if I remember correctly. But the 2 last notes that are now on the site plan are about the amenities for the dog park area and the other amenities on site. So they're in the actual site plan underneath the notes.
Yeah, I was just looking at page 47, I guess. It shows the fence and the blasting, but he listed a lot more than what I saw here.
It's in the notes if you go to the very top right corner.
It's
So, so Mr. Mayor, the blasting and the fence notes are there, and then the other 2 I mentioned were items 7 and 8. If you see notes 7 and 8 there, those were the last, they make up the 4 I'm counting there.
Mr. Mayor and members of the board, per the UDO's language, everything contained upon the site plan, language in the site plan, is incorporated into the ordinance that you would adopt on the zoning case for the conditional zoning, and effectively becomes a condition for the case.
So I thought this is a sketch plan and not a site plan.
Correct. This is a sketch plan, and so there could be significant variance between what you see on this plan and what you would eventually get on the sketch plan.
That was going to be.
However,
questions.
this essentially, you might think, sets the floor. That is, there are conditions here that are above and beyond what the UDO might otherwise require, which would have to be satisfied as they go forward with their sketch plan.
Those eight things in the notes right there.
Those 8 things, in addition to that, items relating to density, height, all those sort of note items, if you will, in summary and notes.
Okay.
For example, I noticed that the applicant has added that the project shall be completed in 1 phase.
So just so I'm understanding, this can be built upon, but nothing can be taken away from this.
Correct. If they wanted to go back down closer to what the minimum standards of the UDO would be, they would need a zoning amendment.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, continue, please.
That was it for me. If anyone had any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. I think, like I said, Jim can speak to some of the existing residential inventory in the area.
So I gave you 2 submittals. The first one, if you look at it on the right, has sold in the center right here. If you'll look at that one, and the total number on the right is 31. If you're looking at that top page, everybody got that one? Okay, that is the total number of new construction homes that sold last year previous 12 months in Rolesville that were new between $250,000 and $350,000. When you look at that site, numbers 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 were built by the same builder that we proposed to build this site. They are the similar plans with two-car garage only. The Barrington towns have one and two-car garage, and we've had much better success with the two-car garage version. More families have chosen to live in that. So that's why we reduced our density here and went to all two-car garage plans, which meant each lot had to be wider. But that's the total number that were available, and you can see the majority of them were in that project. We plan on doing the same. The next page that you've got, that's got in the top right-hand corner, the number 1 and the word active residential. Last year, and this is new and resale, last year in Rolesville, the total number of homes that sold last year in Rolesville was 99, between 250 and 350,000. 91 of those, as you can see, are marked sold. If you go back to the last page, second to last page of that addendum, and look in the right-hand corner where it says number 8, that's the other 8 units. They are still pending and have not closed as of yet. But those 99 were the entire things that were sold between 250 and 350 in Rolesville last year. There is only one active home to replace those 99, which, when you start thinking about it, would make it very difficult for people to purchase homes between 250 and 350 in Rolesville, because there's simply no availability. And this is not just a Rolesville issue. Let me give you some stats for the entire triangle, which they're shocking. 250 to 350 in the entire area covered by the Triangle MLS. There are 447 active homes today, but 18,123 sold last year. That's a 0.23 month supply. It takes a minimum of 7 months to build these homes, and we have 20% of 1 month's supply. We have a really bad problem in the Triangle for affordability in terms of housing. In new construction, in the entire Triangle, there are only 151 active homes available today between 250 and 350, and 6,390 sold last year. In other words, if you would have to be able to rebuild those homes 7 times in a year to meet current demand, and it's simply not possible. Thank goodness Rolesville is as good a town as it is. The average municipality right now for us to develop lots to build single family or townhome zone takes 37 months right now in the Triangle. We're working on a similar project called Tryon that is just north of this project that took us 3.5 years in the town of Wake Forest to get approved and another 11 months to build. We've got another one that just got approved on Main Street in downtown Wake Forest called Kinsley that just got approved after 3 years, and the construction drawings will take another 4.5 months. After that, we'll begin construction. It'll take another 11 months. So the thing I see is our market in general, we're going to have a very difficult time keeping up. And a lot of people who would potentially be homeowners in this town they'll have to become renters if the rental units are available. And my understanding, and I don't have the accurate numbers on rentals, so I will not present them, but my understanding is almost all apartment complexes are at a minimum of 92% occupancy, and most are considered 100% occupied because they always have a 5% variance of move in and move out. But so it's challenging, and this is all without the impact of what does Apple moving to the Triangle do to all of us. If you're familiar with Austin, Texas, that's the last place that Apple moved. And Apple only brought 2,500 jobs to Austin, Texas, but 32,500 jobs followed those jobs, from Microsoft to Google to every tech company and sector you can imagine. But when a company like Apple says they're going somewhere, the anticipation, we have 6 group moves already planned for the Triangle as a result of Apple coming, that are all 2,000 plus employees, and that's an awful lot more people coming, and all of those people aren't going to want to buy luxury homes. You know, we feel like we're trying to stamp a niche, and I don't believe anymore. I think land costs have gotten so out of hand that it's very difficult to do single family homes and keep them in that price point. So I believe the entry-level first home buyer home is going to become a townhome. And I would tell you that every municipality needs to put them everywhere they can, because you want young people and young families to have a place to live in each community, or otherwise it will become an exclusionary policy, and you won't be able to enter the marketplace until you're over 500. And an example of that, in Carlton Point, you brought it before, where we're building single-family houses now. We started that neighborhood originally, and we had homes in there below 300,000. There are homes in that neighborhood now approaching 600,000. And I don't think that's affordable for everyone anymore. And, you know, that's why we're trying to do this project. We believe that we are exactly like what's across the street from us. So our contiguous neighbor in Rolesville has exactly the same density that we do in their townhome project. Actually, theirs has more units than ours per acre, but that is the contiguous piece. Yes, there is a highway that separates us, but that's our touching point to Rolesville, and we believe it's fair for us to be consistent with what that is.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay to ask during this period? Okay. And the reason I'm asking this, this board knows that I'm in real estate too. And I had a client came to me and asked me to find her a home in Rolesville for $400,000 3 months ago. And I could not find anything under $500,000, and there was only 2 of those. And I ended up having to take her to North Raleigh to get a home at $380,000. The reason I'm asking that, what is the price range of these homes that you're building?
They're going to be from $275,000 to about $325,000. That's what we anticipate by the time we get there.
Okay.
And I promise you, Ms. Sutton, I don't know what the apprehension is, but I promise you that's what our intention is. You can look right here on paper.
I understand intent. I don't know why you called out my name, but I understand intent, but I also understand real estate. I'm gonna just say that.
On the Barrington ones we've just sold, and look at the price points there, these are the same units. We sold them at $281,750, $277,000. Our most expensive one that we've sold over there thus far is $299,940. And we start, our least expensive one we sold there was $264,900. And these are the same units that we plan on building there.
This is last year's numbers.
Yeah, none of us can predict the future, and that's great that you brought that information, but we don't know the future. And you already laid out Apple and the impact that it's going to have, that it has on many communities, so we don't know. And a townhome may be $500,000 by the time they're actually built. So we don't know the future, do we?
Affordability will change with the
Certainly.
marketplace. I don't disagree with that, but our intention is, if the whole market moves up, we still want to be the low sector of whatever that market is, wherever we end up. And in today's world, I don't know there are not a lot of folks that are still in that pattern. I mean, if we do something different there, it pushes the price up. And, you know, like I've stated before, I have a child that's 13 and one that's 15. I want, when they're in their 20s, for them to be able to afford to buy a home somewhere. And I think that home ownership is getting out of touch. As Mr. Wilson said before, we have a lot of frustrated people right now who are trying to buy homes, and they're putting due diligence checks between $50,000 and $100,000 down on residential resale homes to be able to buy homes, and still not able to buy them because in our own, just in Rolesville alone, the average price of a resale right this moment is selling for 13% above asking price. That's, you know, so it's no longer the price that's in the computer is the price that someone accepts. New construction's not the same, but resale is. It is a bidding war. If you put a home in the computer under $350,000, you will get between 10 and 50 offers on it in one day.
David, can I ask a question here to kind of follow up on Commissioner Sutton's question? Is it possible the applicant could put a cap in the conditions that it won't sell for no more than a certain price point?
While I would need to look into it, I believe the answer is no, because it would be a restraint on the ability of the owner as well as future owners in terms of how they would sell the property. There are affordable housing programs that have been attempted that have tried to restrain the price growth rate by recording declarations and restrictions. There's been mixed success with that in other communities, and I believe actually the General Assembly has been asked to look at it as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering, could it be voluntary done, but you still don't think so?
While certainly the applicant could volunteer to sell his or her properties for a low value, to the extent the properties were sold below market value, I would be the one buying them all and I would sell them the next day.
The other problem is if we won't be building them today. If you approve us today, these won't get built for 2 years. I mean, I wish they could be quicker than that, but we'll have to come back to you with a set of construction drawings after you approve us with the plat and then get that approved. And how long would you anticipate that taking normally?
12 to 18 months for the construction drawings.
So for 12 to 18 months, then it's going to take us another 11 months to develop it. We'll be 29 months out before we begin construction on a unit. When we begin construction on the units, it will take us, in today's market now, the availability of goods has gotten really hard, and it could get worse. I hope it gets better. But today, to construct one single townhome takes us 9 months, which used to be able to do the same townhomes in 4 months. It's just, there's not an availability of appliances, windows, roof trusses, almost every single component. We had personally on our project, the one we're doing right behind us, the reason we don't have any active units back there right now, the lumber we got hit with back there, we're up 27% over the last unit we built in just pure cost. But we don't believe the market can bear that expense, so we're trying to wait till we get our exact cost. And the builder is going to take less profit than he has been getting on his other units because we don't think it can sell for that much more than the cost is.
Okay, any other thing to add, or
Nothing to add from me. Happy to answer any other questions.
how about any questions from the board?
You were mentioning the two entrances to the property. Has that actually been approved by NCDOT?
It's not been approved by NCDOT. I believe the DOT has said they will require to. They haven't approved the location or any of the planometrics.
Okay.
But they have said that they would be okay with, or that actually they would demand it.
Yeah, 2 entrances there.
And what about, I'm looking at the map right now, it's pretty open on the left side, but the right upper corner is all trees. I mean, basically, is that going to be clear cut to put in all the townhomes up in that area?
I'm sorry, you said the upper right?
Yeah, the upper right, it'd be the northeastern corner.
The upper right would be clear cut other than the 40-foot, or excuse me, the 20-foot vegetated buffer there.
Okay.
And then we have a dog park in the upper right there, so that would be cleared as needed for the, dog park.
All right.
You can see where our extent, our limits of proposed grading is there, but we would still have to maintain the 20-foot vegetated buffer.
One thing this doesn't show that, when we bring back the real site plan, it will, is the trees that we have to replant, both street trees and perimeter trees that are required by the city and the UDO.
Any other questions, board? April?
I have a question on the traffic, going back to the traffic, and this may be back to staff, I'm not sure. But they said that based on the trip generation letter, that there wouldn't be enough to qualify for an actual TIA. But when I look at the subdivisions that are already proposed around that area, was that taken into consideration, which is always my concern? And why wouldn't there be a study if it was taken into consideration? I'm a little confused.
I'd like to add on to that and say, were all of them taken into consideration? Instead of some selective ones, but were they all considered?
So before Julie comes up to answer that question, any more for these people?
No, I wasn't even sure who to address that to, but yeah, I'm good with.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
I can answer that for you. So part of our TIA, transportation impact analysis requirements, it is what the site is adding. When we do the scope analysis, if it turns out that the site is adding the trips of 100 or more per peak hour, or 1,000 or more for the daily total trips, then we do a scoping process with NCDOT, our traffic engineers that we are consulting with for that TIA. We have 2 on call right now, Ramey Camp Associates and Stantec. When we sit down and do that scoping, that is when we look at the surrounding areas. If they do not trip those, if they do not get those daily trips or those average peak hour trips, then we do not have a scoping, and we only have the UDO to fall back on. We have a trip generation letter that says they do not need that TIA. So when the TIA is tripped and we have that requirement, then we sit down and do the scoping analysis and look at everything in the area. We look at the intersections that are going to be affected by the development. But when we are looking at on-site trips, we are looking at what the actual development is adding to the traffic for those trips. So we don't look at the total traffic that another development is also adding. We only look at what this development is adding for those peak hours or for the average daily trips.
So that feels problematic to me, because if you have proposed developments that are approved, that we know are coming, and I know it's a future scoping that you're looking at, but those developments are approved and coming. So they are going to add. So I don't see how that makes sense to not take into account what is already proposed and approved.
So the industry standard for how a TIA is done, what we have in the UDO is considered an industry standard of 100 peak hour trips or 1,000 daily average trips before that TIA is necessary or needed or required. We can look at that as part of the LDO if we want to renegotiate where those triggers need to be, and we can look at that as part of an amendment to the LDO of where we want those trips to be, and we can say every development needs to have a TIA. We no longer want just a trip generation letter. If you're bringing in traffic, then you bring in a TIA, and we can make that a requirement. But as the UDO is written for this development, what is on the books right now is you have to have added more than 100 peak hour trips or more than 1,000 daily trips to trip that TIA. And with them being underneath the threshold, the UDO does not make that requirement.
Gotcha. I could have sworn we did this before. We've had the same discussion. Yeah.
I'll just add, as the subdivisions are built around us and new ones come on, DOT has that data. Since it's a DOT road, that's what's determining DOT telling us they need a left-hand turn. So as far as us not doing the traffic study, DOT knows how much traffic is on wait based on the subdivisions that are proposed and are coming on, because everyone's getting a driveway permit from DOT. So that's what drove partly the decision for DOT to say one right in, one right in, right out entrance and one full service entrance with a left turn. They take those traffic numbers into account.
They do, and as part of their site plan process, they would get a driveway permit from DOT, and DOT does sit on our technical review committee to make sure that the movements on site would be safe. Also, in the surrounding areas of those developments that we do have, they all did have traffic impact analysis for them because they are larger developments. So the Wake Forest side that has the Thales Academy, they had a TIA. The RNPUD that's across the street on our side, they do have a TIA. And so we are looking at that traffic in conjunction with the other developments that are coming in. But for this development by the UDO, the requirement is underneath what would necessitate a TIA according to our regulations.
Gotcha. And then one other clarification while you're up, Julie. Thales Wait, has that been approved?
So the Wade Avenue Thales Academy, the Thales Academy moved across the street to Wake Forest, but we still have the RMPUD approved, and it was a special use permit, I believe, in 2017 that was approved, and it was 443 single-family lots, and then there was a section set aside for the school. Now that the school has moved across the street, we do have a permit in play and a preliminary plat in play for a special use permit amendment process. And because it's a quasi-judicial ex parte communication with the what is in the application until it is ready to come before the board. But they do have an amendment on application for that site.
So just to clarify, it has not been approved. I just want to make sure.
Yes, it has been approved for 143 single-family lots.
In 2017.
143, 184, or 400? I heard three numbers.
143 single-family lots, and it was around 2017 or 2018. I think it was 2018, special use permit 2018-01. It is in the staff memo. I get all the numbers confused.
It must be just be a different name. I just
But it's, yeah, it was Thales Wade Avenue, and currently Pulte Homes owns the property.
And they're single family.
Yeah, there's no townhomes involved with that at all
No.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Not at this point, no. It was approved as 143 single-family
Single
lots.
family, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions for me?
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Julie. Okay, any other comments in favor? Not seeing any. I will now take comments in opposition. And was there a list of those? So we got 6, I think, that's here to speak in opposition. And looking in time and fairness, I think you can have more than 3 minutes if you desire, each one of you. I will grant you up to 5 minutes, give you a little bit more time in fairness. So who is first is Max Steelman.
There was also one individual sign up for annexation. You wanna take that
Oh,
one?
okay, so we got more than 6 then.
He was gonna do both.
No, these already spoke.
He was gonna do both, Mayor, so I don't know if you wanna let him do.
Okay. So I do have one on this sheet for the annexation. Is it Haggard, Bernard Haggard, I think?
Haggerty?
Yep.
Ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Come up if you don't mind, state your name and address for the record. And I will give you extra time.
Bernard Haggerty, 1417 Carrie May Lane. Actually, opposition might be a little strong word. I have some concerns, I guess, and I wasn't really sure how to approach the town. The clarification or my issue is in the course of approving annexation and then addressing the zoning, they're two separate issues, and the annexation is decided first, because if the annexation doesn't go, then there's no sense, obviously, in discussing zoning, right? Am I correct? Is this are these two cases intertwined or linked? In other words, if the annexation is approved, then it can't be reneged on depending on a zoning decision. In other words, there's no backing out once the decision is made. So once you have cast your vote for annexation, then that's irrelevant of any future decision on zoning, whether it occur now or in 60 days or 30 days, whatever, within the time frame. In other words, if the developer is, I guess the crux of my question is that if the developer is unhappy about the zoning decision, would they be able to withdraw the annexation?
Yeah, I think Dave can answer that question for you, Attorney. Before he answers that, I would like for you to go ahead and make all your comments, and he will certainly keep all your questions and answer your questions.
That's the question about annexation.
That was it? That was all?
For
okay.
annexation.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Dave, would you mind kind of describing the process?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And following up on longstanding practice in Rolesville, the practice has been when we receive a petition for a voluntary annexation that is submitted together with a zoning petition, it has been the practice to consider them together and to understand that the applicant could withdraw their application at any time. I do know that certainly a town could take the position that the voluntary petition is unconditional. That was something that we certainly might be willing to defend in court, but has never been the practice of the town. We understand that we are receiving an annexation petition because the applicant seeks to develop a piece of property under our UDO or LDO, if that makes sense.
So in other words, what you're saying is that the annexation is completely contingent on receiving the desirable zoning.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say that the applicant could withdraw their application for the annexation at any time prior to the vote.
Okay, but the vote for annexation occurs before the vote for the zoning.
Correct. Okay. There will be a deliberation here, and the applicant will have to make a determination before the vote on the annexation to allow this case to go forward.
Okay, but the town does not decide on zoning
if the town has voted
annexation.
If the town has voted, then the property has been voted for annexation. There's a parliamentary procedure to reconsider, obviously, but it has generally been the case in Rolesville that deliberation occurs regarding both matters, and then 2 votes are taken. If there is no support, for example, for the zoning case, and the applicant is in the room, which you would hope the applicant would be, and the applicant has not fallen asleep due to the late hour, they might perhaps step to the podium to withdraw their application before the vote.
But as long as it's before the vote.
Otherwise, they're stuck essentially asking for a reconsideration that they may or may not get.
Or there's 60 days to have it reconsidered. In other words, zoning doesn't have to be decided tonight.
Zoning does not need to be decided tonight. However, if we do vote to annex and it is not addressed today, the annexation application's options will have greatly been reduced. No town has the ability to de-annex.
Okay. I believe you've answered my question.
You may have actually helped out the applicant to understand their situation better sitting behind you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, next is Max Stillman. We're taking all comments now. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, good evening. Again, I'm Max Stillman. Our property joins the proposed development on the west side. If you're looking at this map, we're over here, 5.3 acres. I guess I would like to add a few conditions to the rezoning request. Firstly, the two properties have a, very unusual, I might add, have a shared driveway easement. If you look at the map down here, it's a 30 by 50 shared driveway easement. And the new sketch, even though it's not a construction plan, I understand that, has a sidewalk with curb and gutter extending into the easement, which is not allowed. The driveway easement cannot be altered from its intended use, which is, of course, a driveway. I have about 400 feet of Leland cypress, mature Leland cypress, right down the property line. And after 25 years, the limbs are, of course, across the property line. But I would like these protected if there's any way that possible. There's also another big issue for me. This street dead ends right on my property line, and it doesn't indicate that it has a curb and gutter or any way to drain water from 400 foot in elevation up here down to 390 feet elevation where my garden and yard is. So that's 10 foot of slope unless they change the course of the topography of the land. I'm concerned about the water runoff damaging my yard and gardening. So I would like somehow that to be addressed in the rezoning request. Other items of interest, which are kind of unique to me, my internet connection to my house comes from in front of the house that's on 2005 in a junction box. Runs across their yard all the way around to my house. Also, you'll see there's the second light pole on this Wake utility easement, Wake electric utility easement. That's where my power from my house and my garage go underground and give us power. So that somehow needs to be protected as well. I realize the rezoning is still in question, but I would rather see an R1 zoning than an R3. I think the townhome in this neighborhood is not realistic. It's putting a lot of people on 12 acres with very few amenities, in my opinion. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
No.
No, thank you very much. I think we got your requested conditions wrote down here. Thank you. Next is Marion Kirkhoff? Kirkhoff, yeah. There you go. You would state your address for us, please, for the record?
My name is Marion Kirkhoff. I live at 1413 Carrie May Lane.
Thank you very much. You can scroll. You can just use the scroll button.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My husband Steve and I share 387 feet of property line with the parcels up for zoning tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is the property on Wade Avenue. Looking across the street, you can see the farmhouse built in 1910 and the century-plus old oak trees the property is known for. The business, a pottery studio and plant nursery that used to be there, was named under the oaks. The oak trees are even more impressive when June rolls around. On the north side of Wade Avenue from Carrie May all the way to the Wake Forest Reservoir, the only thing you'll find are single-family homes on wooded lots except for a small commercial area about 2 miles west on Mackey Park Drive. The homes that abut the parcels are well established. Built from 1978 to 1994, the lots range in size from 0.92 acre to 11.84 acres. Carrie May has 10 lots, 9 of which have homes on them, not 5 like the developer stated. In this video taken from the south side of Wade Avenue, you see Carrie May briefly off the right. It then pans to the Wade properties. The owner has cleared trees in the last week. 1/3 of an acre of trees were knocked down last Thursday and Friday. This has continued all this week as well. Wake County is monitoring this. This footage is a sweep along the north side of the property with Carrie May on your left. Such a beautiful piece of land with a thick hardwood forest. Plenty of wildlife, deer, possums, raccoons, foxes, snakes, and feral cats. Start to see a little bit of the cleared area. The grassy area on the right is the 2005 property with the house on it. If the property is granted the R3 CZ zoning, the land will be clear cut. In that event, the only tree you will see looking across my backyard is the tree with the yellow star on it. The big white oak on the left side is nearly 90 feet tall, 133 years old, and it will be cut down. We're not seeing any of the existing trees being saved on their preliminary sketch, not one tree. And now picture a 3-story building looming about 40 feet in. Can you imagine that? And let's not forget that dog park. Good grief. This tree has a 20-inch diameter and is located on the north side of the property line with the Matthews land. And the assertion that there's likely no granite over there, not so. There's lots of granite on that property. As you can see, putting a townhome development on this property is vastly different than building townhomes in the middle of a new subdivision, which is what's proposed to go in on the south side of Wade Avenue. As per your UDO, a development must be reasonably appropriate, not disruptive to the quiet nature of the area. Significant tree stands need to be identified, and it should be consistent with the established community surrounding it. This proposal is none of those things. Granting a low-density R1 zoning made cluster homes would at least give a few perimeter trees a chance of surviving. I ask that you find this requested zoning to be unreasonable. It's not in the public interest, and it's inconsistent with the town's future and comprehensive plan. You can say no, it does not belong there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, Bernard Haggard.
Bernard Haggerty, 1417 Carrie May Lane. I also have some comments from Elizabeth Henley, who could not be here tonight due to a family emergency. The decision on the rezoning of property previously known as Under the Oaks could likely have dire consequences for your citizens and its neighbors. The developer is concerned on how to squeeze 77 townhomes into this property and as much profit as possible. Your concern is what is best for the town of Rolesville and the quality of life and safety of the residents. The developer stated he wanted 2 entrances for the development, and we hope that the DOT will still require that. I know the board wants to for the safety of the families, and rightly so. Travel out of the property is onto a 2-lane highway, which is already at maximum capacity, according to the traffic study TIA project SC 2021-140, which shows the development across the street will add approximately 9,800 daily trips. The development on this side of Wade Avenue question is not substantial enough for a traffic study, but when considered together, along with the Thales Academy traffic, this is considerable daily traffic, potentially upwards of 10,000 daily trips. Even if Rolesville widens part of the highway, it'll still be a 2-lane highway, only a few hundred yards from the development. The developer does not expect the DOT to require a left turn lane as part of the conditions, although I hope the DOT will change their mind on that. Also, in emergencies such as fire, how many of the occupants of this complex, which is completely encircled by private properties with a lone 2-lane highway escape, will be able to exit? I implore you to rezone the property R1 residential for the safety reasons and for the continuity of the neighborhood. Say no to the R3 zoning based on the incompatibility of this zoning for the partial based on the 2021 Rolesville Community Transportation Plan that says high-density usage should be used to promote safety, connectivity choices such as walking and biking to the town core, schools and recreation without having to take personal vehicles. Crossing 98 certainly would be a problem. In addition, I don't believe the zoning, proposed zoning should be approved for the following additional reasons. Dense housing is not in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the neighborhood in which it's located. It appears the proposed buildings are closer than the 30-foot minimum required by the fire codes. I think if you look at this drawing, which I understand is a sketch, that most of the buildings are much closer than 30 feet. And I think something was said about 40 feet from the property line, and I'm not sure that that's the case. Again, I'm sure that is subject to revision. The proposed density will adversely affect traffic congestion and create traffic hazards along Waite Avenue. The state has no plans until 2045 to improve this road. So, I mean, I hear talk about a 4-lane road. Well, not in my lifetime anyway. Simple turn lanes just don't seem adequate to mitigate the amount of traffic between Thales, the new development on the south side, and this development as well. The developer haven't reached an agreement for the landscaping and fencing with respect to protecting the from noise, loss of privacy, glare, and preserving the important natures such as old-growth trees, or harmonizing with the adjacent property. The lighting of buildings, parking lots, and other spaces will shine into the homes Carrie May Lane. The town requires plans to conform to the comprehensive and other official plans adopted by the plan. I don't believe that the proposal does. There's much that needs to be done. An agreement from the with the roads and the close driveways between the Stedman's property and the proposed second interest. And, you know, the road to nowhere, I could go on, but respect your time limits. That's all I have to say. Do you have a question?
Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you. Ellen Whelan? Wynell? Come up. I think you live in the same neighborhood there. To the address,
Yes,
would you wish to state your
I live
address?
1420 Carrie May Lane. My lot is over 2 acres. I've been one of the first residents that lived there, first resident that's lived there. Yes, all 9 homes in our neighborhood have been custom built. The other homes on the other sides are all custom built with large lots. All of our homes, when the builders came in there, did not just come down all the trees. All of our lots were made to preserve as many trees and preserve the natural look. Our neighborhood, in fact, called Windstone Park. There's a name, the reason it was stone, my whole backyard is nothing but a big thing of granite, and it was park-like atmosphere. You know, even though I'm not incorporated Rolesville community, I raised my kids there. My kids went to Rolesville Elementary. They went when it was still the 2-story old building. They were involved in t-ball, basketball. When the Food Lion opened, my son was one of the first baggers. He wasn't even 16 yet, ride his bike because the traffic wasn't so bad from Carrie May Lane, Lion, to do his job bagging groceries, and then I would come with my man after dark and pick him up and bring him home. So, you know, see Rolesville as my home, even though we're outside the limits. Now, I also work as a home health physical therapist for years for UNC. My area is Wake Forest, Rolesville, and 2761. I've been in many of these neighborhoods. One neighborhood have I been in where you see these high-density towns right in the middle of, surrounded on 3 sides, border neighborhoods like ours. The property across the street that's going to be developed by Pulte, yes, it's going to be multi-use. However, single-family homes are going to be located across Wade Avenue from us. Where I've been with my job going in neighborhoods where you see townhomes intermixed with homes, they're usually in the interior of a neighborhood where when people are buying single-family homes, they know the town's going to be close by. Plus, like at Bishop's Grant, the townhomes look just like the homes in the neighborhood. It's just they're stuck together. They do very well. These townhomes, if you were to drive by, do not block any of our homes on any of the other three sides. Austin Gas has townhomes, but again, they're buffered from 98 by hardly even know, there's that high density neighborhood in there. The homes are in the interior of their community. They're not backing anyone else's property with large lots. The community plans to put a 6-foot privacy fence. I don't think our neighbors agreed to a 6-foot privacy fence right on the frickin' property line. Plus, their townhomes are going to be multi-level. Well, their second stories are going to be higher than 6 feet. They're going to be looking right into our backyard. Then they said they wanted to plant a vet border. We've got wonderful hardwoods already there. One of the trees they wanted to plant was the green arborvitae. The green giant arborvitae is not a native plant. It spans 20 feet wide. It is an invasive species to septic tanks. All of us are on septic tanks. Those roots can go out to 75 feet. Now, who's going to pay for the damage once it's all done and these things are gone? The developer isn't. Yes, we have the live oaks around, but live oaks are not considered as invasive to septic systems because their roots lower. The arborvitae habitat is along stream beds, so the roots are going to seek that moisture. They're going to seek out our septic lines. One of the other trees that they wanted to put was the Nellie Stevens holly. That is not native to this area, and it is toxic to both humans and pets. The only native plant that they planned to put in there was the yopani, but that's more at the coast than here. And if a child were to eat 20 of these berries, it's fatal. So do they really want that kind of stuff that close to these townhomes where a child could get a hold of them? This neighborhood as well is not pedestrian or bike friendly. It is, what are they going to do, ride around there? There's no way out for a pedestrian to out unless they want to be squished on 98. The fans of 98, with the expansion, they're not planning any pedestrian or bike along 98, even in 2045. We, as residents, are pleading with you to please do not approve the R3. We do know that we need to do growth, but we would rather growth isn't more harmony with our neighborhoods also. When they were talking about the price points of these townhomes, our homes are worth well more than that around this. None of our homes are homes. Also, our covenants, and I believe that back in Winding Way, we do not allow rentals at all to help our property values. Townhomes like this eventually are going to bring in a lot of rental, particularly in that price point. And let's be real, people coming in working in Microsoft, they're not looking for $275,000 to $300,000. I'm actually with you and begging with you to please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz May.
appreciate Mr. Allen so that I could talk, because I love to talk.
Just be fair to you.
So my name, I live at 1416 Carrie May Lane in Wake Forest. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor, Town Commissioners, Mr. Attorney, since I talked my acknowledge you this time. I will be speaking on the staff report beginning on page 41 in your agenda packets. One note I made while Mr. Allen was talking. I looked on the planning board website, and they listed development projects. They had a summary, and there are 747 townhomes proposed for Rolesville right now. So we're lacking townhomes. But I went there and looked. They've got a chart, and I added them all up. Elizabeth Springs and Callis Falls and some of these newer ones. 77 townhomes. So that's not going to be an issue. In the agenda packet, starting at page 41, current land use and existing conditions. Property and all adjoining properties are currently all single-family homes, and across 98, the properties have been zoned medium density. R3 districts are to be high density and friendly. For this reason, we believe this request is inconsistent with the current plan use and not existing conditions. Neighborhood meeting. This developer does understand the use of this property is out of place in this location. And I want to be clear about something. The neighborhood meeting on February 10 was to us as an R3 zoning. But on February 12th, Mr. Adams, the owner, amended this to an R3 conditional zoning. This conditional is presented to you as is what the neighbors wanted, and that is just not true. Questions were asked, but at the time of the meeting, no one was aware that the conditions would even be on. Rolesville Comprehensive Plan and Consistency Statement. The use map does not include these parcels, and across the street, parcels are zoned medium density with single homes dominating. Town plans. Updated, which wasn't in the list, but now I looked at the updated 2021 thoroughfare plan just approved. Rolesville moves. Makes clear that Wade Avenue will not be widened to a 4-lane median road until 2045 because it's state. That's the state money. There's no plans for bikes or public transportation for this area. Traffic. I said this before, sidewalks and bike paths will have nowhere to go, and it will be incredibly difficult to turn left to get to town. The CTP says the 401 bypass with 4 lanes has between 11,000 and 16 vehicles per day, and Wade Avenue with 2 lanes has 15,000 vehicles. None of Rolesville Move's goals are met with this plan. When at traffic, Mr. Fraser told the planning board that he understood that DOT would require a turn lane for the project, but that's not anywhere on his plan. According to the DOT's website, it will be an uphill battle to have more than one entrance, the volume of traffic, and because there's a deeded driveway that belongs to Mr. Steelman side of that property. With no other connections available, this could be a real safety concern for a bunch of families. This public hearing was continued for 60 days so the applicant could submit a completed sketch plan required by the UDO. There are still problems with the sketch plan. Missing include the proposed topography, significant trees, trees, and any signage. And like Ellen said, the buffers they have for the townhome, they have the townhomes, the buffer, the vegetation, and then the right on the line. And I think the LDO, the new plan, is that, but the UDO does not. But that's a big problem. Let's see. The sketch plan does become part of the zoning approval and is enforceable. The developers have approached this very carelessly. Planning staff and planning board recommendations were based on complete information at the time that they approved it. They did not have any of the sketch plan that should have been with. I hope the board can see the many ways to say no thank you to this request and the board to find this request unreasonable, not in the public's interest, and inconsistent with the town's and future land use plan. And ask that you zone this proper 1 residential. And I thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
May.
you.
Appreciate that. Now, Sandy Matthews. State your address for the record.
Yes, I will, sir. So my name is Sandy Matthews, 7409 Rocky Ridge Road. My husband and I own the property located on the north edge of the two Waite Avenue parcels. And I thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf. We ask that the mayor and board members deny the request for a conditional zoning and instead apply a zoning classification of R1 Residential District 1. These two lots have a current Wake County zoning location of low-density residential, as do the adjoining property. We are zoned R30, which Wake County considers low-density residential. The remaining lots are zoned HD, or Highway District, which is low-density residential. There is an option to apply for special use. That has never happened up to this date. The historic use and current of all of these properties is single-family detached homes. My thing is that with this property, subject to possible annexation by Rolesville, county would not consider a special use permit because water would have to come from the that would annex the property. R3CZ is intended for area support high-density development. The definition of R3 specifically states that this zoning is intended for high-density pedestrian residential purposes. These two lots do not offer those options. Pedestrians will not be able to travel any farther than within their own. The development of townhomes has a precedent of being placed in local subdivisions, providing ample opportunities for pedestrians to walk to stations outside of one's neighborhood. The Rolesville CTP does not have any plans to connect these lots to other Rolesville neighborhoods and commercial areas. The widening of Highway 98 with its potential for pedestrian and bike paths is at least 20 years away. Future of a townhouse subdivision in this area would have limited options for destination. I would once again respectfully suggest that an R1 zoning classing is the best option for this area. It allows for compatibility surrounding lots and also provides the town of Rolesville the opportunity to responsibility for the safety and well-being of its residents with their care to ensure environmental protection of wildlife and vegetation and encourage responsible economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Okay, is all that signed up for public speaking. I think at this point in time, we got of conditions that was stated out there, attorney. How do you propose we handle those?
The suggest conditions that could be considered by the applicant or board as part of the hearing, if the applicant wanted to address those, or if the board wanted to address those to the applicant. But conditions in a zoning case need to be voluntary by the applicant. Unlike a quasi-judicial case where you could impose conditions. Does that make sense?
Actually, it sounds opposite, but I think that's my thinking tonight. Say that
I'm
one
sorry,
more time.
I didn't hear you.
Say, I said a little, I'm hearing it a little backwards because in a quasi-judicial, yes, they have to, but in a conditional, adjusted by us to them, it has to be agreed to by them.
You certainly can suggest sort of conditions that you would think are important, but it's the applicant who has to decide whether that may be their project and for their application.
Yeah. So I guess board to three I heard. One was easement for a driveway or easement that's already there. There's some protection around that to start with, right?
Typically, the town and other towns would not involved in a private easement circumstance. So to the extent the sketch plan is consistent with the staff's review of the UDO, that's as far as the board would need to consider that issue. If it is true that a neighbor has legal rights on this property, that is certainly something that property owners will need to address on their own time. And if they can't address it, I would assume that it may be a long time before this property could be successfully done.
And then the second one I took note of was trees on the property line, and that's within the barred buffer there. I know the LDO has protection for vegetation in the buffer. I don't know if our old UDO had the section, does it, planning staff?
Does protection also include the tree?
Well, I think it's existing. It's kind of what they're...
The preservation of,
Hmm?
right, the preservation of existing trees.
Yeah, existing.
That may be a question.
I think we're willing to voluntarily put the fence inside of those trees. You know, it would still be a 40-foot buffer to give, but we wouldn't have a problem with moving the fence inside of those trees. I believe we also, the driveway is not being encroached on. The drawing is moved over from the drawing, from that.
Okay. Julie, will you, where we at? I thought we was protected buffer, but this is going under the old UDO, right? Not the UDO.
This is under the old UDO because the application came in before June, the
Right.
UDO was in effect. So it goes under the old regulations for the UDO. So your tree preserve areas would be site plan, not the sketch plan. And so any trees that would need to be saved, fencing areas will all be shown on the site plan, but they do not need to be on the plan. We normally do not do tree surveys at this level of plan review. We wait until the site is approved for rezone, and when they come in for the construction drawings or the site plans for the townhome, and they would mark those areas and show what they are needing to save, what they're going to fence, what the tree preserve areas would be. Does that answer the question?
It does. I think officially you say it describes it later, but it sounds like, attorney, if we wanted pardons and the applicant is willing to put that, I think they called it cypress trees or something it was, I believe. That could be included.
Correct. So it sounds as though the applicant has proffered to add a condition moving the fence to protect the existing trees along the line, and that would be added to their application as an additional provision that would be incorporated into your vote in the event vote in the affirmative.
Okay. And then the last, and maybe Julie can answer this one too, the last one had to do with drainage, and I think we got rules around drainage, and it's not going to be any problem with drainage on some property, I don't think.
No,
right?
what you have to do for the stormwater environmental control, we do have the stormwater ordinance where your post and pre have to match. So you cannot add to anybody's issues. You can help mitigate them, and this would actually probably help mitigate any drainage issues that are there because they'd be mitigating for on the site. However, for your post-construction, it has to match your pre-construction. So that is heavily regulated by the state and Wake County Environmental when they do the permitting reviews and issues for that.
Thank you, Julie. So that's what public hearing. Anybody hear anything different or want to add any
I have
clarity?
a couple of questions.
Okay.
I'd like to hear the explanation for the tree being cleared now. Is that permissible now before anything is done?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll grant the answer to the question. So who's using that question to?
I
think to the applicant, probably.
To the applicant. I don't know if this, is that allowed now?
Yeah.
The clearing is the land theirs?
Did we
It is.
discuss that during annexation?
It is.
You have a combined public hearing right now where you're discussing the entire matter, and it certainly is appropriate to recall the applicant to address any issues that are of concern to the board and of interest in your deliberations.
I just was unclear if that's now and to address Ms. Kirkhoff's, the massive trees that are there, are those all on the perimeter, or are some right in the middle? And
Well, we have not done a tree survey yet, as Julie mentioned in this stage. As far as if it's allowed, my understanding from talking to her is that it was cleanup activities and clear-cut trees between, that are near the parcel boundary, if that's my understanding of talking to him just now. And I would just like to clarify regarding the idea that parcel boundary is going to be clear-cut. That's simply not true per the sketch plan of view. We do have proposed topography on the plan. You can see, going along with me on the east side, next to unit 40, there's a slight bit of grading there that would require trees being clear-cut. And then on the north boundary, near units 34, 35, 36, a slight bit of grading there. We have if you look at the landscape buffer at the bottom, it even shall be planted where existing vegetation will be removed, and it even says supplement existing vegetation to meet the town's required section there.
All right, what area are you referring to? Our map is sideways, so if you see us going like this,
I'm looking at it like this.
okay,
So-
I wish I had it like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you look at it like we're
Right.
to follow you.
Okay, so if you see units 46 and 45, it would be on the, my map, it's on my right.
Okay, gotcha, I'm with you.
It's close to the dog park.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's those comments you see there are the proposed topography. So that area is where we would grade into that 20-foot vegetative buffer, and we would plant per the town section there. It's that area, and then if you're looking at what I'm calling the north side, near units 34 and 35, there's a little bit of grading there. And then on the west side, Mr. Stillman's only encroachment we currently have relative to the cypress trees, the town is making us provide the road stub. So that's right here. That's
Gotcha.
is that it for you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Chase, I'm going to jump in just
Sure.
a second. So to answer Jen, we did have a call. We received a complaint about the clear cutting. We have Wake County. Wake County did go out on site and investigate. It is within the limits of Wake County's disturbance, so they are underneath the 1 acre disturbance, which do without a permit. So Wake County is watching the situation to make sure that is done according to their standards. Because it is currently not annexed into our town standards do not apply, but we did work with Wake County and they are watching, but currently they are under the 1 acre. They're at about a third of an acre disturbance area, so they are within those limits. Yes.
That answer your question, April? Answer your
yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other question, board?
I just added one more
Okay.
thing on I kept hearing that the widening is not going to happen until 2045. On our side of the site, we are doing the widening. It's half of a 71-foot section. It includes a 10-foot multi-use trail, and there's sidewalks out our neighborhood that provide the connectivity concerns. To speak for staff for what the project below us is doing on the other side of Wade Avenue talking about, but I would imagine they're going to have to make the same requirements to get there too as part of their development. As far as that widening is, I think Julie mentioned it's in connect town of Wake Forest's road section with the goal of providing connectivity through that area.
And since we're on connectivity, is there a connection to the public greenway that?
There is not. I don't know. We're just connecting to the public.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's clarity. Can you identify the additional condition or conditions so that we have that properly worded here for the board and their consent as you understood it and as you believe you're...
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Whatever it takes to go.
Yeah, I think we're happy to add a condition that we we can move the perimeter fence being on the property line. We're happy to move that in 5 feet on our side to, to mainly mitigate the cypress trees on the, but all the existing vegetation there.
You said 5 feet in?
5 feet in.
And so we moved 5 feet in around the perimeter where shown on the plan.
That's right, feet off the property line on our side.
I'll look back at staff to see whether that makes sense.
We would also be willing to
On
change
their
the
last day.
trees if they don't, the types of trees that were selected, because we got those from other city. But if there's a better suggestion for the types of trees, we would consider that as well.
Yeah, all of the trees there, just, again, as our sketch plan, all that will be approved with site plan and construction plans and our landscape plans there.
I meant by type. Cypress tree. It's like a willow tree.
Yeah, so I guess for clarity of the board and the people here, we don't know if this will be approved or not, but if it does, it's still more hearings coming up with site plan type things, which will better define some of this stuff that has to be finalized, I guess.
Just like to add, we are happy, I think the attorney mentioned this, we're happy to add that provision, the 5, if we could just have Julie confirm, because I know most towns make you put it right on the line.
That's right.
Staff can confirm that we're okay with that. What we might want to do is make a suggestion of, since at the site plan, we can go more restrictive, but not less restrictive. What is approved, that they do have the option to move the fence further if the trees branches are not then protected by that 5 feet. So just to keep that in mind, that the 5 feet would be the bare minimum of what it could be for tree line, that they could move it farther in to protect any of those trees that needed to be protected as part of the review process.
Yep.
And you are correct, the site plan does have to come back before the board approval.
Mr. Mayor, I have the proposed proffered condition that all fencing illustrated on the sketch plan shall be set back a minimum of 5 feet property line.
And for clarity, is that number 8 or I lost a number?
No.
That's number 9.
That would be 9. However, that's only among the enumerated conditions. The sketch plan itself, condition per the UDO.
Okay. Any other questions from Karen? Well, I will close the public hearing, and I will turn it over to the board for some discussion here, deliberations. I guess keep in mind, as the attorney reminded us at the beginning, the annexation somewhat hinges on the second part. So I would say, make sure you deliberate on the annexation clearly before we make on the annexation, which is the first action we have to take. So,
Mr. Mayor, should the motion be to approve the continuous annexation pending approval, zoning approval?
I don't know if you, can you do that, David?
I bet you know.
I believe the board could phrase the motion however the maker wishes to make it, if we wanted to do it that expressly, and that was the desire of the board.
I'm surprised to hear that, because it seems like
Okay,
we go through all
that is
this.
good to hear. And before we get into discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the contiguous voluntary annexation petition for 13 acres located at 2005 and 2033 Wade Avenue, contingent on suitable
It'd be
zoning.
approval of the next captioned case.
Okay, on approval of the next caption case.
I think that'd get you the same result.
Okay, all right, yeah.
All right, so
I
motion,
didn't realize we could do that. but
motion is
that's okay.
made, and David, you can defend that.
We need a second?
Hold on.
The result is the same.
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. And this is a condition-type annexation, I think, is what
Yes,
you're
it is.
saying.
It's conditional.
So, so is any further discussion with this one, this motion?
I guess I don't understand why we're doing this.
Yeah, I need more
Yeah,
clarification.
this is confusing.
Okay. Well,
If the,
if I was the property, if I were the property owner, I wouldn't want this annexed if I couldn't sell it and I couldn't develop it because it's gonna double my taxes.
Change your taxes.
Okay, I'm trying to look out for the property owner. Okay, now, I want it annexed in because I want us to grow. Okay, so I'm making the motion for it to be annexed into this town of Rolesville, contingent on a suitable zoning, which we're gonna talk about next.
Okay, so I have a little
So
question.
if the next one doesn't pass,
saying you can't do that. I
So-
don't think so.
The question to the attorney was, could we approve this conditioned upon approval of the next vote that we have
okay, I'm okay with that.
on the application as currently presented to you by the applicant?
Okay,
Because again, we don't have the ability to impose new conditions at this point unless the applicant were to bring them forward. So your vote on the zoning is an up or a down? Yes or a no? You won't be amending the application in any way. So to the extent that is now fixed, Commissioner Wilson's motion seems appropriate. That is, move approval of the annexation conditioned upon approval of case 21 something, and I don't have it in front of me.
Whatever the number is.
But that would be it. It's an objective binary issue. The other thing you could do is have your full discussion now so that you would signal to the applicant, as we have done in the past, whether there is support for his or her zoning case.
So can I give my discussion points? Because I'm confused at this point, but I know what my concerns are. So I believe that based on the evidence that we've heard, the information that we've heard, our goal from this board, as well as our comprehensive land use plan, is to have a diversity of housing, because we do understand the affordability and the lack thereof in Wake County and the Triangle. However, we won't solve all that tonight with the approval of one neighborhood. But what we also are focused on is diversity of housing within a subdivision. So that is a concern for me because I don't feel like that fits in there. We're also concerned about responsible growth. There are several townhomes that are already approved but not yet built. And I heard a statement said, I can't remember who said it, but they said, put townhomes anywhere you can. To me, that's not responsible growth, and that's not why I signed up to be on this board, to put anything anywhere. I also, even though we did not have to have a TIA, I do think that the scoping, as I mentioned earlier, is needed because there are many developments already approved on this road, and that needs to be a consideration, and we need to change our standard, not just based on DOT. And I also believe that high density is meant to be in close proximity to transit as well as to retail services. And I also would like to see all of our communities be attached to or have close proximity to public greenways, because we have discussed as a board walkable and safe communities, and that helps with that tremendously. And also, as all of you have probably heard, if you've ever heard me talk, the preservation of existing trees matters to me, and I think it matters to this board, as we've discussed repeatedly. So those are my concerns with this proposal. And I'm ready to make a motion if need be, or whatever I need to do.
Okay, we still got a motion and a second, and we're still in discussion with that one. So is any further discussion?
I do have one question. So I just really want to understand, I know I've asked this before, when you're trying to approve the annexation first, I feel the type of motion that I did second on, I almost feel like, for lack of a better word, it felt like it was a waste of time to do it on a condition and then go to zoning Does that make sense? Versus it's a yes or no?
It
you
does
know?
to me. It does to me too. This whole thing is going to boil down between R1 and R3.
Correct.
And if they don't get R3, they don't want to do it, so why deal with annexation? And that's me. That's the way I feel. I think we need to talk about this. We've got one right here that pretty much is ready to make a motion for R1. Okay.
So for clarity, yes, you are right, Commissioner Medley. This is purely a technicality. The board has no authority to zone anything not within its jurisdiction.
Right.
Right.
So
That's why.
we could talk about the zoning of any place in North Carolina, but other than those places that are within your jurisdiction, it doesn't count. So we have to first have a vote on the annexation, because a moment later, you now have gotten over that first step. That's the only reason it goes in that order, purely as a technicality.
And the condition is because if we vote on the second one, the zoning, and it's a no, then it's not annexed because it's conditional.
I would let Commissioner Wilson speak to why he proposed this creative solution. It's not exactly the one we've used in the past. However, it certainly is within the good preference of the board and its judgment.
I got you. So we're ready to vote
Now,
on the annexation.
let me add one other item. There is no application before you to zone anything R1.
No.
Right.
No.
So there is no decision today between R3 and R1.
Right. I was talking hypothetically.
Okay.
I mean, I also want to put out here too, I mean, I can't, in good conscience, basis on the Thales project across the street when the Thales project is all single-family homes right now as we know it. There's also townhomes shown around everywhere else, but they are part of a community. They're not standing alone. And I see single-family all around this, and I feel like there is no harmony with what's surrounding it right now as what's been presented. So, and I'm always, again, the trees. I mean, I'll come back to that every time. It takes years to grow trees, and it takes you a day to take them down.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave that there.
So did we vote on the annexation?
Well,
Do we keep-
let's let
Oh, you're
everybody else
going.
discuss. So I think Jackie, Sheila's, Paul's, April.
I felt like it didn't fit when I saw that helped, Ms. Kirchhoff, that helped. And given how we feel about the trees, I don't think that townhouses fit in that area right there. It was a little hard to read, just to understand them in that area. I don't see it personally.
And we also had the
I-
intent of R3 being
Yeah.
townhouses and homes.
Yeah.
And this just slipped
I'd
under.
like to ask for some guidance, and stop me, please, if I'm out of line. I think at this point, and this is the developer in me, we need to ask the applicant if he would like to withdraw his request at this time for both, because I know you people, and I know you're not going to vote R3.
So why not carry the vote out
Yeah,
Well,
and settle it? I mean, they're all here for an answer, not a withdrawal.
Okay.
I agree with that,
okay,
Michelle.
okay. I mean, I just wanted to throw that out.
It's a nice gesture, but I think we owe it to the citizens that came out tonight to speak, to give an answer.
I'll let you, in a minute, I'll call one. Okay, anything else, April, while we deliberating here? Michelle?
No,
Mayor
that's all I
Pro
have.
Tem, anything else you want
That's
to talk
it.
about?
I'm good.
Anything on this side? Anything else?
I think it's-
I'll allow a very brief, comment there.
I think the attorney mentioned after the deliberation, we could decide if we wanted to have the vote. We'll pull the application at this point. So thank you all for your time.
Thank
and,
you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can I ask one further question?
Okay.
He has a question.
For the attorney.
Ask one further question.
Sure, we'll allow that.
That
please come up so we can all hear.
The highway district that we're zoned in right now.
Can we have this discussion after the meeting?
Yes, sir.
You've withdrawn your application?
Yes, sir. Glad to.
Thank you. Thank you much. Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, board. Hard work there.
I have a question, though. So by withdrawing it, does that mean it can come back?
Sure.
So I think I'm a little perplexed on why that just happened. I don't understand.
Any comments? I know the property don't go away, so, you know.
Right.
It's a voluntary application.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that part.
The property owner had paid an application fee. You all were not required to vote on it.
Mm-hmm.
And the applicant at any time could have plans that changed. The applicant's plans have changed. Those two petitions, the annexation and the zoning, have been withdrawn. Those applications cannot be resubmitted. However, they or a future owner may bring something for your consideration in the future.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering. So that application cannot come forward again as written?
No, that application has been withdrawn.
Okay.
There will be a new.
Back to the drawing board if they choose.
Well, I think I asked on behalf of the citizens because I'm sure
That's it.
somebody else was wondering like I was. How does that work?
Okay.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
It does.
All right, I think we've been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes, so I'm going to call for a quick recess here. Let's try to get back. We got a long night. We got a lot more to cover. So let's try to get back. Can we make an effort at 9:20 on that clock there?
5 minutes.
Yeah. So thank you, appreciate it. We're in recess.
Mike's off.
Is there one there now?
You okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We're going to call the meeting back to order. You ready to go there, Robin?
Is that a
Good.
blanket?
Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. Pick up on item number 3, which is a special use SP 2101-01, cobblestone crossing site plan, alternative parking plan, and alternative design plan. This is I guess we would call it a evidentiary hearing now, is the proper term for it, which does require people to be sworn in, those type things. So I will first step call the case, which is case SP 2101, and call for the attorney to for any legal provisions type statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Evidentiary hearings have characteristics similar to court proceedings. Evidentiary hearings are necessary when a quasi-judicial decision must be made by the board. The board's decision must be based only upon the evidence presented at this hearing and site visits by the board, if any. Witnesses must testify under oath or affirmation. The parties may be represented by legal counsel. The parties have the right to cross-examine witnesses. The parties have a right to object to improper testimony or evidence. There is a right to present rebuttal evidence. All evidence provided by witnesses must be competent and material. Unduly repetitious or irrelevant testimony may be barred by the chair, or in this case, the mayor. An attorney or party wishing to cross-examine a witness shall rise and wait to be recognized by the mayor. Normally, witnesses may testify only as to their personal knowledge of facts. With regard to competent evidence, North Carolina law prohibits a person from giving opinions about scientific, technical, and other specialized subjects unless the person by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education is in fact an expert on the subject. A person wanting to give an opinion as an expert must first state his or her qualifications to be an expert to the board. Unless the witness is an expert on the subject, North Carolina General Statute 160D 1402 specifically prohibits opinions that the use of property in a particular way would affect the value of other properties, or opinions that the increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development would pose a danger to the public safety. A board member shall not participate in this hearing if the member has a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, has engaged in undisclosed ex parte communications, has a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an affected person, or has a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. And this is the point at which I'll ask you a series of questions. Typically, the board responds together, and any board member that has an exception to the question would just speak out. Is any member predisposed to vote a particular way on this matter such that his or her opinion is fixed and the evidence presented during this hearing is not likely to influence his or her decision?
No.
No.
Has any member discussed this matter with proponents, opponents, or others?
No.
No.
Does any member have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an aggrieved party?
No.
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 Does any member have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
While not a conflict of interest, specialized knowledge of members should be disclosed. Does any member have a particular knowledge or expertise regarding the site or the subject matter of this hearing?
No.
No.
Has any?
I have
No.
some expertise in developing, but not in regard to this site or this development, or this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, and I don't believe that is a conflict. I suppose for the record, we should also acknowledge that all the board members have a particular knowledge of this site, as at one time the town did own it.
Yes.
Has any member made a site visit?
No.
I did go to the Memorial Day event.
There you go.
So
Yeah.
that
I'm
was on the
thinking the
site.
hot dog
Right, I
stand is
did too.
I
there.
mean, it was on the site, right?
We'll make the call that that is okay.
Okay.
Is there any objection by a member of the board or by a party to the participation of any member on the basis of a conflict of interest?
No.
Seeing none from the parties assembled here, I turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, David. Now I ask the clerk to administer oath to the witnesses, or Robin, you want me to do that? Okay, I'll do it. So anybody that want to enter any evidence for this hearing, please come up to the table here, and then we'll get you sworn in. If someone would pick up the Bible there. And I don't know if everybody can touch it or not, but raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence that you give to the board in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, I will open the evidentiary hearing and call for a staff report. So looks like Julie, you're going to present that.
Yes, I'm presenting tonight, so good evening again. Thank you for hanging in with us tonight. We do have a long agenda, so appreciate your time and attention. I know it's been an interesting evening. So for tonight's case, we have the Cobblestone Crossing. It is a site plan for mixed-use development of roughly under 11 acres, and it's located at the intersection of Young Street and Main Street. It was recently zoned the new town center. So I have a location map. This is, where is my mouse? Here we go. So this is the Young Street, this is Main Street, so West Young Street, East Young Street, and the parcels in the red outline are all going to were recombined, all under one ownership, so that recombination is now on the books. And so it is now one parcel that will be up for consideration on the site plan tonight. So the background is that the town of Rolesville and Cobblestone Crossing has signed a development agreement on September 15th, 2020. And the agreement does state that Cobblestone will partner with the town to build a town center project, which will include residential, commercial, government, and public uses. The development plan states the site plan will be consistent with the schematic design presented to the town on February 2nd, 2021, and that was from an update to the development agreement. So the comprehensive plan has this area shown as town center, and the town center use is described as locations that often represent a traditional downtown that serves areas for economic, entertainment, and community activities. It does combine non-residential uses with residential uses in buildings located on small blocks and street designs to encourage pedestrian activity. And the buildings stand between 2 and 5 stories in height with an unlimited density of residential units above storefronts. Compact, walkable environment and a mix of residential and non-residential uses in the town center often support multiple modes of transportation. Traffic impact analysis was done by Ramey Camp Associates and was for the proposed site. The report results were included in your packet, and the development does need to include some improvements based on the future lane configuration improvements of STIP U-6241, which is the STIP project or the LAP project that we know as the Burlington Mills realignment. It is expected to realign Burlington Mills Road and install a traffic signal at the relocated intersection on Main Street. This is farther south on Main Street, and the LAP project, or STIP U-6241, is expected to provide improvements to the pedestrian and bike facilities all along Main Street and add a concrete median along Main Street west of Rogers Road. So closer to the site, for Site Drive 1 and Site Drive 2, they will require specific improvements for ingress, egress, and left turn lanes with appropriate storage, and decel lanes, and tapers. NCDOT did review the TIA, and they have made recommendations for internal movements and internal stacking of those site drives. So they did not change the site drives, and they did not change the left turn lanes or the tapers that were proposed as part of the TIA, but they did change or recommend improvements based on the internal movements of the site. So that has been included on the site plan as well. For the parking plan, we have a proposed shared parking plan to discuss with you tonight. The shared parking plan can do a reduction of up to 15% of the parking spaces. With the applied reduction of 15%, 480 total spaces are required on the site. 481 spaces are proposed on the site with the site plan you have in front of you tonight. Also tonight, we have a special event overflow parking plan that has been provided, and a separate agreement between the town and the developer can be handled at the staff level with the board direction on what direction we'd like to do with that special event overflow parking to help with some of those shared parking and special event when the town has other event parking, and that can either be handled tonight or it can be handled as a separate agreement, however the board wants to give direction to staff to do that. There is a building height design alternative proposed as well. Buildings 1 and Building 7 are proposed as 4 stories. A maximum height of 35 feet, which is roughly 3 stories, is approved by right for the site. However, a maximum of 60 feet, which is roughly 5 stories, is permitted with board approval and a fire suppression system. And for Buildings 1 and 7, they will have a sprinkler system or a fire suppression system. The Technical Review Committee has started the reviews of the early submittals of the plan. We've gone through several reiterations of the plan. We've had several comments going through. All approvals and required permits from all review agencies will be required prior to final approval of site plans. And part of this is we have to have board recommendation for the approval of the site plan in order to do some of the utilities and the groundwork and get due progress involved in some of the undergrounding of the utilities. And then with the LAP project, making sure that the LAP project and this project have the same timelines for those road and streetway improvements. So we're coordinating with all those agencies to make sure that the site plan is timed appropriately so that those utilities and street improvements can be made. So this is the overall site plan that has been proposed. You see buildings 1 through 7 on the property. This is building 4, which will be the new community center, which is what the town is partnering on here. Some of these buildings, these 2 buildings here, are the ones that have the design height alternative request in. As you see, there's the parking along the street here. For the street parking, there is the event space. This is the new memorial space, just to give you kind of where you are on the site. The rest of the buildings are all mixed-use buildings with some retail on the bottom and upper story residential. Buildings 1, 7, and I believe I think that's 8 over there, are all just residential units only. The rest of the buildings are the mixed use. So there is a findings of fact because this is an evidentiary hearing tonight, and the board has received the required finding of facts in the agenda packet, and also the printout is placed at your seat for easy reference during the hearing. So those findings of fact do not need to be individualized as you go through the process with the application, with the applicant tonight, but at the end of your decision making, you will need to make sure that all the findings of fact and all the evidence has been submitted to make all those findings of fact in the affirmative when you vote. If you have any other questions for me for staff report, I can answer them. Other questions will be directed towards the applicant as they have more information to present on the site.
I have a question. I think it's for staff. I have 2 questions. One is on the ladder truck, the fire truck. Does it go up 4 stories? I feel like we had this discussion before.
Yes, it goes up to 60 feet, which is why we have the cap at 60 feet.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the overflow parking plan, is that here on the plan that we have in our
No,
packet?
the overflow parking plan was included as an attachment in your packet, and it is not on site. The overflow parking are 3 off-site spaces.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And the overflow is not considered part of the total for the 480 spaces. They have the 481 spaces on site that they will need for the shared reduction plan.
Okay. Thank you, Julie.
I actually called the fire department today. We have our ladder truck has a 100-foot platform.
Oh, okay.
He said, but of course it depends on how far away from the building they are as to how many floors they could
can go up.
service.
Okay. Just curious.
All right, if you don't have any questions for me, I'll sit down for now.
Any more questions for Julie? Okay, Julie, thank you very much. And the application and staff report is submitted into evidence. Is there any attorneys in the House for either party, for the applicants or the opposition? Any attorneys in the House, I guess, is what I'm asking, other than David? All right, not hearing any?
I am an attorney, but not for the...
You're not representing anybody. That's fine. All right, well, not hearing any, then I'll call for any evidence from the applicant and the applicant witnesses. So who wants to go first?
Am I loaded up?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Board of Commissioners. My name is Marty Bizzle. I'm the project engineer for Cobblestone Village. My address is 6310 Chapel Hill Road in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is truly a milestone to be sitting here or standing here tonight before you. I feel like we have been here before. We've shared ideas. We've shared our ideas for the project. Quite a bit of history has amounted from when we first started. A lot of things have transpired. I was first introduced to this project about 2 years ago, and it has grown, I think, in a good way since then. A lot of things have happened since then, from the rezoning of the project to town center to developing the town center zoning classification. So we really appreciate your time. We appreciate staff's time because they have involved us tremendously throughout the whole process. So we really appreciate everything staff and the board has done for the project to get it where it is today. So we're really excited to present this to you tonight. I am just one small part of this development team, this project team. I have here with me tonight, I'd just like to introduce Kenyon Burnham, who is no stranger to this board and to the town, the Vice President of KDM Development. Charles Hassinger, who's a project manager for KDM, he's no stranger as well. From my office, Gary Walston as our planner and landscape architect. From the architect team, Klein Design, Jason Letty, and Kevin Williams make up our team. Julie did an outstanding job of going through the presentation and describing the project. And I don't want to go over or duplicate any of those. I really like to have a number of slides, but don't want to be repetitious. But as she said, it is a 10.96 acre site. We currently are zoned the new town center zoning. We're proposing 180 apartment units, some 49,800 square feet of proposed retail and commercial, 18,200 square feet of proposed municipal flex space that we are now calling community center space, an open space area of almost 3.5 acres, and then our event space at almost a half an acre. This is the site plan that Julie showed you with some color. She went over it very well. We do have the 2 access points. We've incorporated the request or the conditions from the traffic study that's been approved by NCDOT, which basically asks us to widen out our drives. We have 2 egress points or 2 egress lanes and 1 ingress on South Main. We actually did some improvements there to our entrance on West Young Street as well. But basically, we have 3 mixed-use buildings. 3 of those are dedicated. 1, 7, and 8 are dedicated to residential apartment units. In the mixed-use buildings, there's a combination of commercial, retail, and apartments above. With that, Julie pointed out, obviously, the new Veterans Memorial that we have shown our site plan there. It is on the South Main Street side. And our event space, we're really
excited about that. There's almost a half an acre there of an event space that will be open for different types of activities and events that may go on at Cobblestone Village.
I'm sorry, I'm a visual learner. Do we have a pointer where we can point? Because I can't see the Veterans Memorial spot on there.
Oh, you can see, okay, let me back up if I can. Let's see.
Works too. I just don't see.
Oh, do we have that? We can go with, yeah. There we go. There you go, great. Beautiful, perfect.
Yes, perfect.
So
Thank you.
this is our proposed Veterans Memorial right here.
Gotcha, okay.
That would be,
Quick question. I thought the building in the peninsula, I call it peninsula area, was removed. So is that back in? Was that taken out and put back in? Is that?
actually, this site plan, it's such a long peninsula, Mr. Mayor, that this is actually, this blue point here actually would extend beyond that to the north. That is actually where we had taken out our townhomes. We have a stormwater pond there, and we just have a apartment building here at the front of that peninsula. So, but you are right, it has undergone some change from when we originally presented with townhomes. This probably looks a little bit more like that. This is a artistic rendering that our architect did some time back. Some of this has changed a little bit, but it still gives you a flavor of how this might look once it's fully constructed. Our mixed-use buildings, Veterans Memorial here, and then this is still an apartment building. Our pond has been moved back here, and then we have an apartment building here, and then another apartment building to the rear. But I kept this slide in because it does give you a little perspective of how this may look once fully constructed.
So that has changed?
That had, yes, sir.
The one you back up to?
Yes, we actually pulled the townhomes out and
Doesn't have
moved
the
the
buildings in
stormwater
there.
pond. Mhm. These are some.
I guess one other question, looking at the layout, one of the things we require, and I hadn't seen it before tonight, we require interconnections for future development, so you don't have to come out to the street every time to go next door.
Mhm.
And I think this shows that, but I was looking at the new one, if that other property gets developed that was for sale, they don't connect, do they?
No, they would not connect based on this. The only connection point we do have is here to provide access to the cell tower
I
site.
saw that, yeah.
We've
'Cause
kept that in.
I think some of the past ones had that connection to the adjoining sites and stuff.
We had actually had a row of, I probably can show you this. This was one of the more, the previous site plans that we had before this one, where this was probably really just a drive to access the townhomes. It really never stubbed out to the end down there. We were really just providing access to the townhomes at that point. Resembled a stub street, for sure. But we've since had to move those, and we've placed our stormwater pond at that point.
Mr. Bozzell, in the packet is the EDA that was readopted by the town board February 2nd, 2021. And in that was Exhibit B, the schematic design. This design follows that design that was approved by the board in that schematic design. Is that correct, generally? I mean, there's some reiterations that have happened prior to February 20.
Right.
But this is consistent with the February 2nd, 2021 EDA grant schematic.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct.
So this you have already seen generally this schematic, and it was adopted as part of the EDA back in February 2nd, 2021, just to refresh our memories.
So that's not a requirement we have then? I mean, all our present developments connect.
Will it connect?
You're talking about the connection?
Yeah.
Yeah, not for a town center project like this. Does not need to be.
Because, one of the things with the board is having to come back on the street and go next door.
Does it connect into Main Street Park? I thought it did.
Don't connect nowhere.
I thought it did.
No.
when we
Other
talked
than,
about it.
other than cell
Parks
tower.
to the left right there, and it's not that.
So there's only one way in and out?
Well, it's two ways in and out, but, you know, if they build something beside it, it doesn't connect.
That'll be on Main Street, and then on West Young Street?
Yeah, I mean, if we approved that, I missed it then, because, you know, I always look for those connections. I mean, if you go to McDonald's, you can go anywhere in that shopping center, because everything's connected, right? A lot of places don't do that.
I understand. I think, if I may,
Sure, absolutely.
I don't know if there's an answer to your question other than if there is tangent connection. Most all the parking lot is tangent to developable property, redevelopable property, and therefore that could be incorporated into that potential. But there's not a, per se, as you say, connection made to those properties.
We had, Mr. Mayor, we had at one time explored a possible connection over to the park. And that has since kind of gone away with this layout. We were able to serve those properties and with this parking lot. And obviously, we moved our stormwater pond down there, so it precluded that dead-end street or that connection down to that way. So
I have a
it has
question. So
undergone a lot of
is there a
changes.
walking connection?
Currently, we do propose to connect over to the Greenway Trail, to the, over on the, in this area here. Our proposal is to actually, there's a little bit, if you look right here on the northern section, there is a little bit of the Greenway Trail that exists today that encroaches onto this property. Our idea is that we will relocate that and make a connection for pedestrian traffic to the Greenway Trail. So you'd have easy access as far as getting to the Greenway Trail from here. And that is in our proposal at this point.
So this was already approved, is what you're saying, no?
That's what Kelly said.
This was approved, Kelly? I mean, because we've seen so many different variations of it.
This, again, I'm going to ask the applicant, but this is consistent with the Exhibit B that you adopted as part of the Economic Development Agreement on February 2nd, 2021.
This right here.
Yes.
So was there a connection, I just need clarity. Was there a connection initially to Main Street Park that was taken out when those townhomes were removed?
We have shown, as far as a vehicular connection or just a pedestrian.
I think I'm
Maybe
referring to
both.
pedestrian personally when I say the
Yeah, we're
park.
still proposing a connection to the pedestrian, to the Greenway Trail, the existing Greenway Trail.
Does that greenway connect to the park? It does, right?
Does the Greenway connect to the park?
It comes right close to this line, so it's
Right.
matter
Be a
of
walkable
10, 15
connection.
feet.
Yeah, the existing line is, Greenway Trail is along in this area right here. So we would relocate it onto the park property, and then our actual connection would be over to here, and then we would connect to the existing Greenway Trail.
Oh, that's different. Oh, whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we've just got some slides in here. This is basically looking at, what you're looking at here is Building 3 from South Main Street, as far as what that may look like at full build-out. This is a view of, give you a little perspective from the actual intersection of West Young and South Main Street, looking at the private insurance building and looking at, to the right, Building 2, to the left, the mixed-use Building 3. This is a pedestrian plaza that is between Buildings 2 and 3, just to give you a little perspective of what the pedestrian plaza might look like. You can see outdoor seating there and wide walkways as well. Julie and I spoke a little bit about the building elevations. They are included in your packet. These are no change for what you're seeing there. I've included those just if you had any questions. Our architect is here to answer any of those questions. But this is our Building 2 that we were just looking at as it the side next to the pedestrian plaza. This is a mixed-use building. This is our building, another side view of Building 2, which is a mixed-use building. Building 3, which would be facing South Main Street. Side view of that. This is one of the interior buildings, primarily to be, we think a restaurant use will most likely be utilized here, as long as well as apartments above. This is Building 5. Building 6, with a pedestrian connection, as you can see right in here, with commercial retail underneath and 2 stories of apartments above that.
They'll all have front-facing balconies?
Yes, that is correct. Let's go here to, that's Building 3. Another view of Building 2 that is basically on the Young Street side.
Are those, I see the little white spots, are those cut-throughs or garages?
This area right here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that would be a pedestrian.
Oh, it's a pedestrian walk.
Yeah, like
I
a
got
little
you, because I was
pedestrian
like,
walk.
that's
Mhm,
awkward to have a
absolutely.
garage right there. Thank you.
I had to ask the architect myself when we were. So let's see, Building 6. These are buildings 1 and 7 that Julie mentioned. These are our 4-story residential apartments. They are 4 stories. They will have an elevator in them. They're quite a little bit different than your typical 3-story garden style apartment. We do have one, Building 8 is a 3-story building. As Julie mentioned, one of our items that we wanted to, or asking for, is a design alternative for building height. We've talked a little bit about this when the text change came through, but we do need to ask for a building height as far as the design adjustment because of our buildings. We mentioned Building 1 and 7. They're typically, they're definitely 4 stories. They exceed the 35-foot height limit, but they are below the 60-foot max height, and they are sprinklered, as all the buildings out here are. So we feel like that meets the design alternative criteria. This is just a blow-up of Building 7, 1 and 7, showing that building height elevation is some over 50 feet, almost 51 feet. Still well below 60, but more than 35. One thing I did want to bring up on this, we have focused a little bit on Buildings 1 and 7 as far as needing the design alternative as far as building height. I did want to bring it to the attention that basically all of the buildings out here, as measured by the code, as the way the Town of Rolesville code is written, do exceed 35 feet. So we would be asking for a design alternative for all of the buildings. Some of those are maybe only 40 feet in height, but those, nevertheless, they exceed the 35-foot height limit. So we definitely are looking to request for a design alternative for.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So you're requesting the additional height not to add an additional floor? Is it going to still remain 4 floors? Or
Yes,
are
ma'am.
you're not changing
Yes.
those buildings to 5
Right.
floors?
Our proposal is what
Okay.
you have before you. And these apartment buildings are the only 4-story buildings on the site. And that height is 51, but the other buildings are slightly over 35 when you measure them per the code as it's defined in the Town of Rolesville code. So we just wanted to make sure that was very clear. It's not only just 1 and 7, it's actually all the buildings.
So there's 2 4-story buildings then?
Yes, sir. Buildings
Both
1
of
and
them is on
7.
the back side, close to the cell tower, looks
That's
like.
exactly right.
I hate to, and my computer froze up, but it's back now, but the very first schematic that you showed outlined in red, it says Cobblestone Village, but that encompasses the park. When you go all the way back.
We go to the park. We go to the park property. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, we're not calling the park part of Cobblestone Village.
No, sir. You're
Okay, all right,
you're exactly right.
because the legend
Park being
says
over here.
Cobblestone Village, in red, but that's not true.
Right, yeah.
You're looking at incorrect
Yeah.
map that was inserted.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I wasn't going crazy.
It's not in your presentation, it was in mine.
Okay.
So I corrected it in the PowerPoint presentation, but
Okay.
I included by accident the
Okay.
town center zoning layer when
Okay.
we redid the zoning instead of just the town center outline. So it's correct in the PowerPoint. It removed the cell tower site, which is the triangle,
Yeah.
and then the town park, which is adjacent.
So
So it's-
Exhibit A is correct in
Yes.
yellow.
Yep.
That's right. Okay, we're right. Okay.
That's right, don't give away the farm.
The other item we discussed with the board before, and we just want to make sure that we cover that and focus on that, is the parking. As Julie has shared with you, we have provided the parking that is required by code in our analysis. We've also looked at what a shared parking analysis would yield. We have gone back since we met with you months ago and looked at what peak times parking demands would occur. We've looked at peak weekday times, we've looked at peak Saturday, weekend times, and we're going to talk a little bit about the event overflow parking in such a time there is an event. And I just wanted to share those with you. This parking analysis takes into account, drills down a little bit on what the uses might be. On the direction of KDM, we have looked at it kind of as a worst case. Our commercial retail, 49,000 square feet, we have looked at as if 70% of that were restaurants, trying to look at a high-intensity parking. So if we look at the single-use parking requirement for Cobblestone, which is 2 spaces per unit of apartments, and for the commercial retail, it's 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. We would come up with 565. Looking at a shared parking analysis, understanding that all of those uses are not utilizing all of those spaces at the same time, we looked at the weekday and the weekend. The weekday demand, the peak time was yielding 437 spaces, and that is, again, with 70% of the commercial retail at restaurants uses. The weekend obviously was a little bit higher, and that is our highest demand, and that was 457 spaces. So we have gone back and looked. So on site, we actually, no coincidence, but 457 spaces on site and 24 on street that would be attributed to or utilized by Cobblestone Village, or could be. So for a total of 481 spaces available for parking.
I do have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Your 24 spaces on the street, where are they located?
Those would be, those are shown on our site plan. They're pulled in from the street improvement plan from the consultant, the on-street parking. We're actually extending more of that along our frontage to our drive. So we've taken into account what will go in with the street improvement project, plus we've actually extended that as well.
And they're all on Main Street?
Yes, ma'am. I think there are some on, there's a few on Young, but most of them are on Main Street.
And all of them front your property?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
they're in front of your property, not like across the street?
Nice.
Or,
No, we've only looked at those on our side,
okay,
on our side.
thank you.
And I just wanted to mention that we have had a good dialogue with Ramey Kemp and Associates, and they have reviewed our shared parking study and have concurred with our study. So we wanted to talk, I know overflow parking was mentioned earlier, so we've identified early on 3 potential places for overflow parking. What I'd really like to kind of hone in on is the green space here, which is at the intersection opposite of us at West Young and North Main Street. With the street improvement project, there is a temporary parking lot that is to be constructed during the construction of the street improvements to provide parking for various businesses. It's our understanding that they're proposing a temporary parking lot of 32 spaces. Our developer, our client, KDM Development, has verbally at this point, agreed to provide $50,000 towards a parking facility or to convert that temporary lot to a permanent parking lot.
Which lot is that? I'm sorry.
This would be one that will be constructed it's basically across from Rolesville Furniture, across Main Street. That would be constructed during the street improvement project as a temporary, but in order to help provide for more event parking or overflow parking, we would like to look at making that a permanent parking lot.
So who did you make that deal with?
That has been discussions with staff, and like I say, it is verbal at this point, so not in stone, but there has been some discussions as far as trying to make that a permanent lot.
This would be a parking lot that you would maintain, that KDM would maintain?
That is I don't know if those items have been worked out, but the KDM, one of the options would be that they would construct it.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Right. And it's discussions at this point. But in the event that is not the location that the council would like to have that, they are committing to providing $50,000 to fund.
Okay, so let me just ask one more question. So if you're going to construct this parking lot, is this a KDM client-only parking lot, or is it for anybody?
My understanding is it would not. It would be open to
everybody?
To anyone. It would be like a public parking lot.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But with that, that concludes my presentation. We do thank you for your time. We feel like we've got a great project. It has undergone quite a bit of change, revisions, but we feel very strongly that this will be an asset to the town of Rolesville, and we just ask for your approval for this as we are well into permit review. Things are looking very favorable. We're in with City of Raleigh Public Utilities. We feel like we've addressed all their concerns. Wake County on stormwater. Obviously, your staff has been great to work with as far as their reviews. So, but we are here. My team is here for any questions that you may have.
Yeah, I got a couple quick questions. The parking for our 18,000 square foot municipal building, how many is that factored in for?
That's a great question, Mr. Mayor. We actually went back and looked at that as for the shared parking part, we entered a factor for community center, where before we had just looked at office. So we added a little bit more scrutiny to that. If you can give me a moment, I can probably find my report and tell you. So looking at it at an 18,000 square foot building, 3 spaces per 1,000, in the model, it allocated 55 spaces for that, although we know with the shared parking that more will be available, especially during the daytime hours. But based on the town's parking requirement or the town center parking requirement, 55 spaces were allocated.
None of the spaces, I know Mayor Pro Tem's asking about, who can use it, can public use it or whatever. So none of the spaces, with that, I know we had to talk about privet, and I think some was designated for privet, I believe, property, 19 or 20 or something like that.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So, so I guess those will be designated by signage or something. Is the rest, is some of this parking will be designated for, this apartment to use and this apartment to use and this restaurant only type thing, or how would the designation of the parking be handled?
That's a great question too. We have talked about it internally, and we understand that there probably will need to be some reservation of parking, of some signage, especially for the residents in the event that there is a big event or something like that nature. But I know there has been some, the 910 comes to mind as far as the spaces for Mr. Privet. But we do realize that there will probably need to be some kind of reservation, especially for the residents, so that they can come home and have a place to park. if you look at the model, the parking demand, and we've looked at peak, that's worst time. Probably if I were a resident, I'd be coming home probably at the worst time too, when the parking's at the highest demand and needing parking space. So that has given them some reason to look at the idea of maybe for the residents, at least to begin with, to have some reservation of parking for them.
So do you have a chart that breaks that down? In other words, what was it, 473 total?
Hard to see that.
So many of them was on the street, which I guess the street would definitely be only first come, first served public parking.
Right. And
But for the rest of them, like, is it 200 going to be designated reserved for apartments? And is it a breakdown to kind of show that somewhere?
We can break that down. That breakdown is actually, and I know it's very hard to read, but this breakdown is basically this model, this spreadsheet that we have utilized, which, in actuality, looks at the individual use. We broke those down to restaurants, community center, retail flex, and then residential units. I can look here. So basically, if you have straight out calculation, 105 spaces when you run the calculations for restaurants, 55 for the community center, 45 for the retail commercial component, and then 360 for residential. Now, we entered that into the shared parking model, so those numbers come down a little bit. But those are the inputs as far as how we came up with it. And those numbers, as far as at the top, basically come straight out of the town center parking requirements.
Because I think if you put a reservation sign on any of them, then it's not shared parking no more, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As far as trying to maintain, and I say that in that we have tried to look at it as worst case, what might happen for residents that are coming home. The idea that model, and we have done this in other mixed-use neighborhoods where they do not sign, and I'm not aware of any parking issues. That's just something that we have talked about internally. The what ifs there's a big event going on and someone's trying to get back to their apartment. The one that comes to mind in Holly Springs that we've done, that we've used this exact same model on, is one that we've not had any signage. I frequent it occasionally, and there's not been any real need for it. Very similar to this size, but it is a delicate balance, I think. But I think one thing that gives us comfort is that we are looking at worst case, full build out, peak times, that kind of thing. So,
Well, that's going to happen eventually.
absolutely, yeah, exactly.
As you was going through it, one of the buildings didn't have a number on it. Is that something?
That is, we go
Is that a
back.
future building or something?
I know exactly what you're talking about, Mr. Mayor.
A big building too that doesn't have a number on it.
Yes, you're probably talking about right in here. This
On the
actually.
other side, all the way on the other
Other
side,
side,
that one.
Yes,
That
that's,
one.
the building actually comes across
one
here.
building?
This shows that pedestrian tunnel, if you will, that we were talking about a while ago. Site-wise, we had to grade it that way. The buildings actually are connected. The same thing here on Building 2. Those are actually connected with 2 stories of apartments.
So
This is
that's
really just.
considered one building.
Absolutely, right. This is Building 2, this is Building 6 here.
So I have 3 questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll be quick. When talking to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, this came up, and I wanted to see what you said about it. The community center footprint, right now, we've hired a consultant to help us out with figuring out what's best for the community. If we decided to need a basketball court inside of this building, their concern right now is it may not fit in the footprint that's there. So how much leeway do we have, or do we have any, with the existing footprint we have there at this time?
The architects would probably they may shoot me, but from a site design, we do have some leeway.
Okay.
As you can see in the green there, say this is the municipal building. There are green space here, and we're still be able to provide our pedestrian connections with our pedestrian plaza. So there is some room, some flexibility.
Okay.
We obviously, the architects would start looking at building separation if we had to extend out. There are building code requirements for that they'd have to adhere to.
Okay.
But as I would call it wiggle room, where there's a little wiggle room in there, site-wise.
All right. Second question, the retention pond up on the peninsula. You guys are moving the greenway, the existing greenway off of that and moving it to the side of it. Along that western boundary, you have building 7. That's that large apartment building right there. If right to the left of that property line, J.G. Ferguson had us walking through the park trying to find ceramic turtles for his art in the park. And I happened to walk through there. There's a lot of old trees right along that property line that are actually marked. Just wanted to bring that to the attention of you guys. We're real big on trees, obviously, you've heard before. I know you'll be working, obviously, from the inside out, but just want to make sure we can kind of keep what we can along there, because there's a lot of old stuff through there.
Absolutely. It's a great point. JG, we have met with JG and talked to him about this connection and the relocation of the existing. And we actually have had our surveyors go out and survey those tree locations. And our goal is to take out as few, if any, that we have to do.
That's good.
But we are locating, we have located those trees.
Okay.
So that when we show this connection, here, that may wiggle around, because we told JG we didn't want to take out any trees that we didn't have to.
That's fine. That's fine. The last question, I don't know how to put it nicely. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. The overflow parking, use of A and B are right now gravel lots we use for the park.
Right.
That's the red and the blue right there.
Right.
And the green is the proposed paved lot. What does the town get out of this option with letting Cobblestone use the red and the blue? Like, do we get anything for, do we get any improvements or anything with the red and the blue because Cobblestone will be using them for events and everything else?
Right. Great question. I think based on my understanding, the discussions that are going on is in the event that the green was not the chosen alternative, that the KDM would provide $50,000 to possibly go to improve those lots.
Okay.
It hadn't been determined, but there would be $50,000 contribution to possibly pay those lots.
And I said 3, I got one more, I'm sorry.
No problem.
You guys abut right against the triangle. So if you follow the blue square and go straight down, you would go across the property of the cell tower.
Right.
The greenway wraps right around that corner as well. So I didn't know if there was an option to put a greenway in. I know that's not your property, but talking to them about an easement of a possible greenway right there to connect our greenway into Cobblestone on that back end too. Because if you have a lot of event parking back there, people are going to have to walk all the way through Main Street Park and up the side to get to that. So it'd be behind building, I can't see that building, that one right there.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have an access right on the right side of that building back to that cell tower. So I didn't know if there was something we could talk to the tenant there to see if there's a possibility, because if you go right through that property, you get right to our property again on Main Street Park.
No, that's a great point. I don't think KDM would have a problem. I got a thumbs up looking at that. And then we would actually have, 2 potential connections.
The shorter the walk, the better. I mean, if we want to get people up here, we need to have
Absolutely.
an
And this
option,
this could, it's off the map here, but this could be a pretty straight shot.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Be glad to look at that.
That's my 4 questions.
Board, any other questions? Jackie, Sheila, April?
Oh, I have one question about the traffic impact analysis. I noticed that the 3 areas were included in the study. One were townhouses that we have not seen yet on North Main and Scarborough. There was Jones Dairy, and I think there was one other one, but I can't remember which one that was.
Right. We refer to it as the Scarborough property, which is south of Main Street, across the street from this. We have, and that's a good point too, that the TIA is actually being redone or revised because it makes more sense to bring in all of these improvements, all these potential developments. So that is underway.
That is a question that I had, because I did notice that some developments that are on the books that are being built are not included.
Right.
So that it's very good to hear.
We have provided the information as we have it now. We know that we've not even submitted some of these. Y'all have certainly not seen them, but the information that we have now, and they're kind of taking a worst case if it's town. They're looking at the use and the potential number, and they're plugging it into the TIA. So
That's to include those 60 townhomes. But does that also include like Chandler's Ridge down Young Street? It includes all of those that are? Yes, okay.
and the Scarborough property. that
Okay,
we're talking
very
about.
good.
And which is about a 13-acre property.
Other questions from the board? Any other questions?
I have 4, and 2 or 3 of mine were answered by other board members.
Good. Jackie? Any question? Yeah, I can tell a lot of hard work is going into this. I think a lot of it makes sense. Sounds like we've got to make a decision on the allowance for the height, and looks like you've done a good job of trying to get it off the street further back, closer to cell towers, and I think that thing is taller than 50 feet, I believe. So, I think that looks good. The thing that probably I'm more stuck on, we've always made sure we have interconnectability with all our developments as they come, and that connection with because I really think those properties that you guys tried to attempt to purchase will someday be, purchased, and we will have big commercial buildings and parking and all that stuff there. And I would hate to see not being able to connect and that connectivity. So I think, looking at this, very good job from that. And I'm kind of okay with kind of what's being proposed if we could take a look at that connectivity for future, because if you look at everything that we've done commercially, I think the board in the past 20 years have always stuck with that, making sure the joining properties connect, and that's the thing that I see. I don't know if the board has the opinion on that or not, but.
So, Mr. Mayor, you suggested, I just want to clarify, their proposal also includes a fence around their property. Their proposal also, their site plan includes a fence around the property. Are you suggesting that there should be a break somewhere in that area for the opportunity
Get to the park.
to have connection?
That's right.
And not a full fence, but some identified area where there could be connection made?
Is it around all the townhouses? Is that where the fence is? I'm sorry, I missed it.
So the fence, I guess, is going around the property.
Like all the townhouses?
No,
It's right here on this side.
I think it's going around the existing properties, I think is what he's saying.
There's houses right along there.
Yeah, we have a landscape buffer with a fence.
Yeah, right there.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, very good points. We could easily provide a break, assuming that staff was okay with us meeting the buffer requirements. And we could, I could definitely talk with KDM, and we could file an offer of cross-access for that, meaning if they needed to, if they ever developed and they needed to access, that cross-access agreement was in place. We could certainly look at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I don't know, it's still, we don't know what the future holds. This thing be successful, I think it could be KBM buying that in the future and putting something there too, so you never know. But it would be nice if we designed that for the future. And I think the stormwater is designed for everything that flows into that stormwater drain. So, you know, if somebody develops that for a commercial building, a commercial piece, which I think is in our plans to be commercial, you know, that's taken care of. And
That's right.
just thinking ahead a little bit, so.
Understood. Good points, great points.
Good job. I think, you know, what is the opinion of the board? I think we still got a lot of things to work out with the community center and, those
Are we
type
looking for
things.
any kind of approvals tonight?
I'm not sure. I think so, right?
I didn't see a motion, but my computer's frozen up 3 times.
Too many maps.
Just to remind you that the hearing is still open, so you still need to hear from anybody who wants to speak in favor or against. But yes, you can make a motion tonight to approve. There is a condition for that we still need to get full approvals from TRC and the other agencies to make sure all those permits are in place for the cross-access with the LAPP program for the Main Street program and the Main Street plan vision improvements. I don't know the word I'm trying to say. I'm tired. I'm sorry. But the Main Street vision improvements that are going to be happening on the site with the utilities and the traffic impact. So making sure that those all line up together. So that would be the only condition that staff is really asking to have part of that approval. But yes, we are ready for an approval tonight.
Well, those stated somewhere, I didn't really see it. I don't know where, you know, allowance for the 50-foot building.
Yeah, it's in the staff memo underneath the technical review committee where we talked about what those approvals need to happen. So I put that in the staff memo there. The only other condition that we really talked about tonight was your interconnectivity for the site, and staff is fine with having some sort of cross-access easement to these parcels right here where Marty was talking about. So we're fine with that.
So really all you need is the 50-foot variance, more or less. Is that what you're saying? Is that what they're asking for?
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of items that the board will have to take back, and staff is creating a list here for when we eventually get to a vote. It would not be appropriate to discuss it at this point, as you have not received all the evidence. And then once we close the hearing, we can take up all the evidence and staff can give a report in response to having received all the evidence.
What's the time frame we looking for that?
Tonight.
Tonight, we
But
just have to finish the rest of the hearing.
We've only had the applicant's presentation.
Okay. Okay, so we'll continue. If it's no more, I think you just had one person presenting for evidence for the applicant. Is there any evidence for the opposition? Anybody sign up for that? Okay, well, at this time, I will entertain, since there's no attorneys representing anybody, I will ask, is there any additional comments from the staff, or did you just make those? I made those. Okay. So I will close this evidentiary hearing. And before we go to the deliberations, you say you're going to provide us with some
Subject to the planning staff correcting me, I believe you have discussed as additional conditions that may be imposed, and first we'll go through those, that the approval is subject to final TRC approval, is subject to an updated TIA that is currently in process. There was a proposed condition to add an interconnectivity requirement, and I heard a proposed condition regarding a second point of access for the greenway to be provided following best efforts to acquire a right of access across the tower site. Those were the additional conditions that I had heard the board raise. The board could impose any or all of those on the application to the extent that those are necessary to meet the findings of fact, but it would have to be tied to those findings that you need to make. Then once you get past the conditions, you have the site plan approval in the context of also having received a design alternative for the height, as well as a shared parking agreement proposal to the town for off-site parking authority to be designated to the staff to negotiate as to one or more of the designated locations that were provided. I believe the recommendation from staff is to pursue a shared off-site permanent location at the intersection, the green color, but that is entirely within the board's jurisdiction. And in fact, the board could just deny that and require that the parking be provided on-site. That is all I have.
And that's based on 31 additional spots for the green
For overflow.
Right.
I do have one correction, Town Attorney. The overflow parking is just overflow parking and is not part of the shared parking plan. They meet the requirements for the shared parking plan with everything on site. So the overflow parking is an addition to what they are trying to accomplish with efforts in good faith for special events. But the shared parking plan that was presented with the 480 spaces, and they provide 481 on site, that is the shared parking plan. So the overflow is something extra that they are presenting.
Would the application meet the ordinance without any provision of off-site parking?
It meets the provision of the UDO. It does not meet the developers agreement.
Right. In our
Right.
EDA, we asked for event parking.
So one way or the other, we can't ignore it. We can chop this up however we like, and it raises the other issue is that there's a 50% reduction request as well that's being requested.
15, yes.
15%. So a 15% reduction, the height increase, and a requirement that some provision for off-site parking be provided in order to secure compliance with the development agreement, which is inextricably linked to the site plan that's before you. I would love for this to have been more simple, but that's where we are.
Do we need to do the parking part tonight? Just a question.
I have a question about the height of the building, but I can wait until you answer Sheila's question.
Approval of the site plan is part and parcel to the development agreement, which drives this entire process. Otherwise, I would think they could be separated. But here, I believe that is a requirement
Okay.
that it
and
be
then-
addressed.
So just to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm remembering those colors that were up there. There was red, blue, and green for some parking spots. Am I right on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, those the options we're discussing for parking?
Those are the
For
options that have been
overflow.
proposed by the applicant.
For overflow? I just want to clarify.
Yes, for overflow.
Overflow,
Yep.
okay.
The applicant is proposing a partnership, if you will, to the town to accommodate their required provision of off-site as required of them under the development agreement. Alternatively, and perhaps what boards more often see, is that the applicant knows they need to secure off-site parking or some sort of off-site parking need to meet their minimum parking standard, and they will have done that with some third party. It is just a coincidence, if you will, or a result of the long-standing relationship that the off-site is coming to you for a shared parking agreement, off-site parking agreement for overflow to be negotiated by the town manager and the staff.
Thank you. I think I'm clear.
So the $50,000, is it $50,000 or completion of the parking lot? That's the thing I didn't. Is it up to $50,000?
Subject to Mr. Bizzle correcting me, as I understood the proposed condition or the proposed agreement, the applicant would, their first proposal would be the same as the staff recommendation, which was the green site, which would be to convert the LAP grant temporary parking to a permanent parking, public parking location, which would satisfy the development agreement requirement of off-site while at the same time providing additional parking at the intersection.
That was a lot.
Alternatively,
With the parking will be done with the Main Street improvement, right? It's just not going to be paved permanently and that type of stuff, right? Is that
Correct.
Was it gravel?
That site has already been identified as a temporary parking lot during the construction of the Main Street Park project. The proposal is it would be converted at some stage to a permanent location, permanent in a sense for purposes of downtown parking for all uses, including event parking associated with anything at Cobblestone. Two town TBD standards that would be built, and it would be owned by the town, ultimately built or constructed and financed by Cobblestone in the
Oh, it's going to
purpose.
be owned by the town?
Yes.
Right.
Owned and maintained.
So at the risk of simplifying this to layman's terms,
Okay.
hey guys, if you let us finish out your temporary parking lot, you guys will say we're finished on finding off-site parking space.
But isn't there going to be reserved spots there as well?
No.
though?
No.
It is
Oh,
not.
that was somewhere else.
And how
Nowhere.
much
Where, did I,
acreage
where,
is
where
that?
was that at, though? The reserved spot that he was
Not
referring
very
to?
big, Jackie.
That
'Cause
was
we're not
something that
talking
was
about-
being discussed with
we're not
regard to
talking about the
townhome
house.
spaces on site.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The house will remain there, right?
The house will be gone.
The house will be,
Yeah,
the brick
that's going to
house?
go during the construction of the LAP project too, as part of the temporary parking lot.
The brick house will?
Yes, so it's
Okay.
32 spots have been identified for the temporary. Probably if it's permanent, it'll be anywhere from 25 to 30 spots.
So it's a little bit bigger than I thought then, if they're taking the house out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that, as you
Future
said,
development.
for future development, that's a prime piece of commercial property there that we're going to turn into a
It
bar.
is my understanding that the
nothing
developer would not care.
That's right.
Say that again?
It's my understanding that the developer of Cobblestone would have no objection if the town were to, in the future, decide that the overflow extra event parking was never needed, or that it had been provided in some other way by subsequent events, and the town moved on to develop that for another purpose.
They can,
This is merely the developer's proposal for satisfying their obligation under the development agreement.
Which could also be satisfied by the red or blue option.
Could be satisfied by the red or blue option, which would then trigger the best efforts as to the tower site condition.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm okay.
Are we ready to do something?
Don't let the word permanent.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't like the word permanent.
nothing permanent, is it?
I have a question
And we
about the-
own it, so if somebody wants to develop it, and I think we need to, at some point in time, we need to take a look at all of those things and come up with a plan, what is the 10, 20-year plan? But you gotta have parking though, so if we move it to somewhere else, you gotta have it. So,
All right, so what kind of motion?
I
Oh,
know,
wait a
we're,
second, hold on, I have two questions. So how many years is that parking lot going to be reserved for additional parking? Was there a time frame put on that?
It's entirely in the judgment of the board. The question is, would a condition on this site plan to complete the off-site green site to a permanent status paved parking lot satisfy their obligation under the development agreement to provide off-site event parking or overflow parking? If the answer is yes, the developer has both proposed it, and you would be imposing that up as a condition. If you, yourselves, or a future board were to decide there is a better use for the town's real estate than that use, the town has every right to do with it as it wishes.
Okay, my other question from earlier was for Julie. So if you're talking about a 40-foot, was it 40-foot height building, and the hook and ladder only goes 40 feet as well?
The ladder goes higher than that.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure.
The
60.
our regulations is that a building can go as high as 60 feet.
Okay,
Anything higher than 35 feet needs approval from the board.
okay, okay, thank you.
And these, I forgot what he said, they weren't 60 feet, they was
50.
51.
51. School's probably that high or higher.
Oh my God, I think I'm gonna fall asleep. Sorry. Nobody heard me.
All right, so let's wrap this up, board, because we
Can we
got
make a
another
motion?
thing to move on to. So do you want a motion tonight to proceed?
That's in the board's judgment. You could continue this for future consideration. I've also received a clarification based upon that Kelly needs to provide you.
Could I, we're hearing a couple things we want to make sure we clarify, if you don't mind. May I ask Mr. Bazell back up for a question, if that's okay? Just to make sure we get this right.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it right, and we want to move on.
So, I agree. Mr. Bazell, in the packet, there is a Cobblestone Village event overflow and parking narrative, which includes a proposal of 50,000 or building the parking lot completion on the corner of Young and Main, and including the ability to use Lot A and B, which is the lots currently existing in the park. And for those lots, you also construct wayfinding signs to Cobblestone for events, right?
Correct.
So what I want to make sure is clear is that you would adopt, if you're okay with this, the Cobblestone Village event overflow and parking narrative, which is their proposal for the overflow parking, which outlines everything I just generally said.
Which is to use the other two, but really no improvements to them.
That's correct.
Other
But
than
with-
signage to get
that's
there
right.
and.
That's correct.
And like Paul said, maybe an easier asset or easier way to
And
get
then
there.
that would be included in that, yes.
Yeah.
And I think the narrative is in the council packets, I think.
Yeah,
So Marty, that means that
my computer
if the board were to choose to have KDM improve the green lot, KDM would still be constructing at its own expense the wayfinding signs from the other two lots, but would not contribute either 50,000 in cash or make any other additional improvements to those lots.
That is correct.
However, KDM would be willing to make best efforts to secure some form of access across the tower site
The tower side,
and provide a second access to Greenway, assuming we could find some cooperation from the tower.
on the tower side, absolutely.
Ooh, this is too much.
Yes.
All right.
It's too much.
That's good.
written.
I like it.
You've got to word the motion for us.
It's
It's got too many parts.
There's too many moving parts with this motion and too much offside conversation. So I either need it written down where it's clear what we're agreeing to, or we need to continue it till we can write it down and have it clear. At least I do.
I
Because
like the
there's a
writing
lot of confusion for me right now.
Maybe
I'm
the
sorry.
writing down part might be better.
Okay. If
I mean,
you-
I got it all, like right now. Give me 5 minutes.
Let-
Meeting we have, I'm going to say, we said that, we agreed to that.
Yeah, that, I don't like that. I just think it needs clarity, and it
I
needs
tell you,
written clarity. And my computer died from all the maps.
What's the next?
I can't even see
We
it.
got next item. We have another item up here.
Put the conditions in the
Is
memo.
that something that we can get written before we adjourn? Because we got one more item to cover and maybe come back to it? That you can put something together?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So is the board okay with that?
I am.
And then we'll have something in writing to look
Visual,
at?
I got to see what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah,
Can't understand
that's
all that.
fine.
Sorry.
All right, so we're going to move on, we're going to table this one and move on to the, and if we mind, Cobblestone, please hold on till we kind of get that done. So we're going to move on to the next evidentiary hearing, which is SPUD 21-01, preserve at Jones Dairy Residential Plan Unit Development. Phasing plan is what's being asked for. So I will call the attorney to give us legal provisions on the on this statement. And attorney, if you would just simplify it to just what's different on this application than the first one, or hearing than the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing that the applicant, his counsel is here and he has heard this script before, I'm going to make the presumption that he has already advised his client of his rights and that he is going to waive me reading the script a second time. Thank you. Just the questions for the board for the voir dire. Is any member predisposed to vote a particular way on this matter such that his or her opinion is fixed and the evidence presented during this hearing is not likely to influence his or her decision?
No.
Has any member discussed this matter with proponents, opponents, or others?
No.
Does any member have a close familial, business, or other association or relationship with the applicant or an aggrieved party?
No.
Does any member have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
While not a conflict of interest, specialized knowledge of members should be disclosed. Does any member have a particular knowledge or expertise regarding the site or the subject matter of this hearing?
No.
Has any member made a site visit?
No.
Is there any objection by a member of the board or by a party to the participation of any member of the board on the basis of a conflict of interest?
No.
And seeing none from the room, I would hand it back over to you, Mr. Mayor, with one comment regarding the scope of your review today. To the extent the applicant is bringing forward purely an amendment to a previously approved set of special use permits, your prior decisions, to the extent they're not altered by new facts or evidence presented here, are binding upon the board, even if you had not been someone who voted on that matter. So those things are fixed, and it's only the things that are being changed that should come into your analysis at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we will minister oath to the witnesses, so if anybody wants to testify, please come forth at this time. Kelly, you want to have anything on this one? Okay, y'all ready? Do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you give to the board in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. Okay, I will call for a staff report and open this evidentiary hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight I have for you the SUP 2101, which is the Preserve at Jones Dairy phasing amendment. So what I'm going to do is go through a very high-level staff report and then give a little bit of background information, talk a little bit about the proposal at hand. And as the town attorney stated, I've really focused on kind of what the new phasing plan is, which is the request at hand here today. So just to give you some background case information, the applicant here is this Preserve at Jones Dairy LLC. They are also one of the property owners and developers. The other property owner is KB Homes. I put the pins there of all the properties in questions. It's currently zoned R and PUD, and the case references are SUP 1805, which was the Preserve at Jones Dairy South, SUP 1806, which is the Preserve at Jones Dairy Central, SUP 1807, which is the Preserve at Jones Dairy North. The current use of the land is vacant and agricultural, and the proposed use is a residential subdivision, just about 600 lots total, and just about 200 acres as well. Here's a map showing the three parcel assemblage. So you have the Preserve at Jones Dairy North towards the north, the central, of course, on the central part, and then the south to the south of Jones Dairy Road. The request tonight is just to amend the phasing plan for each section of the Preserve at Jones Dairy. So the applicant wants to build some into sub-phases and some into additional phases. And so I'll go through what the request is for each phase just for your information. The first is the south section. So currently it's proposed as 3 phases, a phase 1 of 122 lots, phase 2 of 34 lots, and phase 3 of 59 lots. The proposal is to break phase 1 up into a phase 1A, 1B, and 1C. Still the same amount of lots total, and then phase 2 and phase 3 would remain unchanged under this proposal. The central currently is in 6 phases, total of 255 lots. The proposal, now that they've applied the engineering to the site plan and everything, they've lost a few lots, but it's to add additional phases to break it up over 9 phases and make some of the phases a little bit smaller. And so that's the proposal, but it's still a total of 251 lots. And then for the north section, the current is for 3 phases and 134 lots. They're proposing 4 phases at 131 lots under the phasing plan change. So what I'll do next is just kind of go through what the comprehensive plan says about this, what the transportation plan says, and then touch on the Unified Development Ordinance, the TRC, and where we kind of are in this process. So the comprehensive plan does call this as a medium-density residential area in the future land use classification, and does call for greenway connectivity throughout the assemblage there. Staff's analysis is that the comprehensive plan does not provide any guidance as far as phasing of development, just really doesn't speak to that level of detail. Previous approvals did find the plan consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that this phasing plan should not impact any of the required improvements or previous conditions of those 3 special use permits that were mentioned earlier. This is the comprehensive plan. I've overlaid those parcels on the medium density residential there, so you can see that is the future land use designation. This is the parks and greenway recommendations. Again, you can see the greenway that kind of goes up through the plan, and those are on the plans as proposed to provide that greenway connectivity. And then to talk about the comprehensive transportation plan or community transportation plan, it does call for Jones Dairy Road to be 4-lane divided, curb, gutter, and side path. Averitt Road to be 4-lane divided with curb, gutter, bike lanes, and sidewalk, and an east-west collector to be provided, which is shown on the plans as proposed. But it's important to note that the original proposal was actually approved under the thoroughfare plan, which is a little bit of a smaller cross-section, but they're going to build the full section on Jones Dairy Road. The previous approvals and conditions did include several transportation improvements, and the phasing plan should not impact the timing of those improvements, except any improvements or conditions that were previously tied to the completion of phase 1 would need to now be construed to being the completion of phase 1C, and it would be the expectation that the phases would be completed in both numerical and alphabetical order. So phase 1A, 1B, 1C will complete phase 1, and then phase 2 and phase 3 could commence after that, because that is one of the conditions of the current special use permit. So you can see here on the transportation plan the different road segments and the intersection improvement, which will be studied as a condition of the previous special use permits.
So what is the east-west connection?
That's
shown up there?
coming here, right through here, this east-west connection on Averitt Road, and then both here on this, kind of just to provide, where those are stub streets, they're providing that connectivity through, or at least through their property.
So those exist?
The stubs exist, and they will build the collector going through, yes. That is correct. Again, to touch on the UDO, it doesn't really provide any specific language on appropriate phase sizes or require phases based on any certain criteria, except for that the mailboxes have to be in place in order for people to get mail deliveries. That either has to be in phase 1 or in each subsequent phase provide, depending on the service area and what's worked out with the postmaster for the individual development. I will say in conversations with the town attorney, this is something that might want to consider in future, having some criteria around phasing, just to get that on the books and have something to kind of guide these types of decisions. There was a neighborhood meeting held on June 25th, 2021 at 7 p.m. here, and a summary report was included in your packet. And the TRC, generally, our TRC is not going to provide a lot of comments on this. It's just changing the phasing lines. And so there's not a lot of technical review here because we're still reviewing the construction documents for each of the phases as well. And so there's not a lot of insight there, but they are reviewing the request. The planning staff recommendation is that we find the application to be complete, it's compliant with the standards of the UDO, and that all the original special use permit conditions to the existing permits should be incorporated into any subsequent approval. So just, if this is approved tonight, that it includes amending those applications and all the conditions in those stay as they're written today. The only change would be that the phasing would be amended based on this. And so the board has several options to approve the special use permit and find that the necessary findings of fact have been met based upon the testimony provided at the hearing, or approve the special use permit amendment with conditions and find that the conditions are necessary to meet those findings of fact, or to deny the special use permit amendment and find the testimony provided not provide evidence that the findings of fact were met and provide additional reasoning regarding any specific finding of fact that you're unable to make. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant to let them kind of make their case here. And
I've got a question.
Okay.
If this is not affecting the timing of road improvements or connection to the greenway, why are we even messing with this?
So I agree with your sentiment there. There was some specific language that was given as testimony as part of the original special use permit where the applicant kind of stuck themselves with the phasing plan. And they said, yes, these are the phases we will build. That was testimony provided to the board. Staff didn't feel comfortable making an administrative decision to say, they told you it's the way they were going to phase it. We didn't feel that we should change that without bringing it back in front of the board. So I agree. Usually if something was to sub-phase or build smaller phases, it could be handled administratively.
This is a waste of this board's time. I tell you, this pisses me off. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is a waste of time.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the original application did have conditions that would try,
11 o'clock.
some conditions that were geared at changing some of the requirements and the timing of improvements. Since that time, we've, talked with the applicant and determined that that's not, what the purpose of this is to break the phasing up.
All right, let's move on.
I got
Yes,
one
sir.
question about Phase 1A on South, it's the South property. We usually get stuck at the very end of putting the greenways in, and I see that it's all hatched out. Does that mean it's not going in with 1A?
So there's a condition that the greenway go in prior to the first, as part of the first phase infrastructure. So that would be required in there.
okay.
I think it goes 1A, then part of 2 and part of 3. It would be a requirement that it all goes in with phase 1.
All right, I just thought it was kind of.
For clarity, that means it has to go in prior to Phase 2,
Correct.
but could be in any of the new sub-phases.
Right,
Okay.
yep.
All right.
I think I'm good.
Any other questions? Sure, okay. All right, so Jason, thank you for that report, and that application and staff report are submitted into evidence here. Is there any attorneys? Okay, come on up and you can make your opening statements, please.
Mayor, Board, Ken Edwards, Gwynn & Edwards Law Firm, member of the Wake County Bar. Our office address is 900 Ridgefield Drive, Suite 150 in Raleigh, 27609. We are here simply tonight to change the phasing, and I want to make sure the board members understand what phasing is. Phasing is simply the order in which we record lots. So we are talking about changing the maps and what lots are involved. So just as an example, in the south, we had phase 1, which was going to be, gosh, I don't remember how many lots, but we basically divided it into 3 different sections. So that's all we're asking to change. So a very good question Jackie asked, and that is why we're here. Well, one of the reasons is we're changing the phasing because as we got into our construction drawing submissions, we began to realize that it was more advantageous for our infrastructure to do things in those separate sections. The sewer going in, some stormwater devices and closing those so we can control surface runoff. It all became apparent that we needed to do these phases. So that's why we're here. I will also make just a quick comment. As staff has mentioned, the comprehensive plan and the UDO really doesn't deal with this. There's no real regulations that have to be followed regarding those two. So phasing is something that you now get to approve. I have with me tonight, and we'll put on testimony, which we hope will be fairly quick, both our civil engineer and our traffic engineer, just so we can go through the items that we need to prove to give you permission and ability to prove this tonight. So I'll be glad to answer any additional questions. Otherwise, I'm going to move directly to testimony.
Any questions for the attorney? Okay, bring your witness forth then.
All right, Mac.
Good evening. My name is Mac McIntyre. Address is 2621 Stratford Hall Drive, Raleigh. I'm just basically here to answer any questions.
Mac, it's no question. Let me just get on the record real quickly. Does the proposed phasing change for our development in any way materially endanger public health or safety?
No.
Does the proposed phasing change for the development substantially injure the value of any adjoining properties?
No.
Does the proposed phasing change, is it in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of surrounding areas?
Yes.
Will the proposed development change and/or phasing change, conform to the Rolesville's comprehensive plan and other adopted plans?
Yes.
And will the proposed development phasing change, is it The phase is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water, sewer supply, fire, police protection, and similar facilities.
Yes.
And will the phasing change for proposed development cause any undue traffic congestion to the best of your knowledge? Or change traffic in any way from the previous hearing?
No.
And will the proposed phasing change for development comply with applicable requirements of the UDO?
Yes.
No further questions of this witness.
I've seen you plenty of times, you come up here a lot, but just for the record, make this legal, attorney is probably busy over there. Just give us your qualifications, just for the record there.
I've been an engineer since registered engineer since 1982. Probably done 40 subdivisions in Raleigh and Rolesville and in the Wake County area.
Thank you.
And one thing real quick about doing the first phase, 1A, is it's going to allow us to get an infrastructure in for some storm drainage to get the water that needs to not go into the neighbors, get it bypassed to our pond structures where we can divert the water. So there's a plus with minimizing erosion and getting some areas stabilized early.
Thank you. You have another witness?
One more. The applicant would call Ronnell Stevenson, Ramey Kemp for the traffic study.
Okay.
Good evening. Ronnell Stevenson, Ramey Kemp Associates, 5808 Farrington Place, Raleigh, 27609. I'm a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. Been practicing transportation engineering for a little over 20 years at this point.
Mr. Stevenson, is it your opinion that proposed phasing changes for development will result in the phases being appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water and sewer supply, fire and police protection, or similar facilities, specifically transportation?
Yes, yes it will.
And do you believe that the phasing change for the proposed development will cause any undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard?
It will not.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
No, sir. We'll close
Okay.
that.
How about any evidence from parties in opposition of this phase and change? Opposition to phase and change? Come on up, George. State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm George Garcia. We own property at 524 Averett Road. I am a retired petroleum engineer. We have a concern. The prior administration here, prior to you all, kept us from being involved in the neighborhood meetings for this project because of the 100 or 200-foot limit from our property boundary to the boundary of the project. In the meantime, right now you guys are reviewing, based on the agenda you have published, some of the impacts, the road improvement impacts that are going to happen. Okay? One of them affects us directly. On page 243 of your agenda, you have down at the bottom, you have Averett Road to Jones Dairy Road connector. There's going to be a turning lane there that's going to affect our property and probably some of the other properties in there. When I called DOT this morning and asked them if they had reviewed this, they said that they went ahead and contacted CAA Engineering, and they've said that it was still being reviewed. In the meantime, we could be affected. Okay? It's a legal issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Appreciate your time.
Yep, thank you. Any other evidence from parties in opposition? If not, I will recall the attorney to give any closing arguments. that you wish to have?
I don't think we need any closing arguments. We'll leave it as some evidence presented for phasing
Okay,
change.
thank you. I'll ask for any comments, additional comments from the staff. Just a question to the staff to make sure. You know, I think Jackie made a point of, you know, kind of the necessity of what we're doing here. This is not unusual to have different phases or have this kind of phasing done, is it?
No, it's not. I think the frustration that Commissioner Wilson was expressing is that it normally is done at a staff level, and something can be done at a staff level, but based on previous conversations, it was decided to bring it to the board tonight.
Right.
But it is not unusual to subphase development.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
I have a question for staff. So does the phasing have something to do with DOT? And is there
one way or the other, that needs to be resolved.
Is there a deadline on that, the development agreement?
Not insofar as we're talking about with this today. The deadline really is one, as I understand it, that relates to the development timeline and the timeline that the town and the developer are working on to make this a reality.
So what part of the development agreement is not being met without that green portion? Because that's new. That was not discussed in our previous discussion with the development agreement, to my knowledge
The
or
board
memory.
could determine that the overflow is not necessary. The board could determine tonight that the green, the red and the blue satisfies it.
Right.
In which case, the condition would be contribute $50,000 and they would be done together with the wayfinding signs and the other items in the narrative. That could be your approval tonight.
So moved.
No, wait a second. So the extra parking, well, I guess it's two questions, but with the extra parking space, if it's only in there temporarily and it's taken back by the town, that seems a little, it seems like it was just done to get the approval, right? So it seems a little, for lack of a better word.
This is an obligation that the developer and the town entered into as part of the agreement, that some provision for overflow parking would be found.
So my concern is if there's no overflow parking and they really need it and we're not taking care of this
Yeah.
tonight, what is going to be the future problem of that?
And I really think we need to make sure we covering some for our community centers going down there.
Right.
And, you know, it bugs me that we got no public parking. And
I mean, regardless, that's going to be a temporary lot anyways, no matter what we do. It's
it's,
still going to be there.
it'll be there until we decide to take it away.
Temporary lot.
Yeah.
So we either put it as a permanent lot or we take $50,000.
Then that's something we have
Can
to
we
think
take
about
the
moving
50,000 and
forward
pave
then.
the other two lots?
Yeah.
And leave that as a permanent lot until it's.
Further notice. I mean, you know,
I'm good with the red and blue. That's the
But
end
is
of
that
what I
enough
have to
parking with the red and blue?
It
No.
is,
We'll
have
it
the
is
temporary
probably
lot.
sufficient. The green parking allows you to take care of overload parking and other needed public parking down in that area.
even for our community center, or we, you know,
Any purpose.
yeah, I wouldn't want to have to walk that.
Well, that's what I'm
distance.
saying. I'd like to have that green spot paved if you have an event at the
I would
community
too.
center.
That's my.
Or you
I
have
know
restaurants that need,
That's
you
my
want to go to the
feeling, too.
restaurant, you can't find a spot in there. There's one right there. You don't have to walk through the park to get to
I
there.
wish this was going to be built out in September, but it's not.
So wait, so the green
So
is
I don't think it's
right
gonna
now
be that
not
big of
going
an
to be paved?
No, we propose, and if you agree to this, it will be.
It will be paved.
Yeah.
That's right.
That way you walk right across the street, you go to the restaurant, you're there. Otherwise, you're walking all the way through the park.
This sounds like something else is going on here.
I just feel like I'm so tired that I'm
But who
hearing
am
the
I?
same thing over and over again, and I'm not comprehending. Some of it I am.
What are your thoughts, April?
I understand the green being paved. It's easy. It'll look nicer than a gravel road parking lot being there. My only concern would be, well, that's down the road. We don't know if and when that would even happen. We don't know when and if it's gonna happen.
Why can't you leave it as an option? Oh, sorry. I said
The
I was
green
done.
makes sense. It makes sense to pave it for me.
What's your thoughts, Jay?
I think you get stuck if you say, well, just give us the 50,000. We always do that. Like, let's get something out of it physically. Like, it's a paved lot. Whatever it costs, it's a paved lot. Instead of saying in lieu of.
Yeah,
It
and I
just-
understand Sheila's standpoint.
It sounds like there was a meeting before this meeting, but hey, that's just Sheila's guess. And that something changed, because all of this new stuff that popped up, it doesn't feel to me right, or why this came up. It does not feel right. And I don't see the necessity of it. I really don't. I don't see the necessity. But hey, I'm one
Parking lot
vote.
across the street? You don't see the necessity of the parking lot across the street?
But you have the two overflow in the back. Even if it's not paved, you've got overflow parking if you need it, which this is not going to be built out for, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years? I don't know what the time frame is.
Probably 2 or 3 years.
I just think we have a lot of questions,
Well, I'm gonna call for a motion.
but we don't really, are we really comfortable with the I'm starting to babble because I'm so tired.
I'm gonna call for a motion as presented here, conditions of approval. Is there a motion for that?
But Ronnie, I think we're still stuck
I
on
make a
that.
motion, I can make a motion to approve it without the green part.
All right, I got a motion on the table to approve about the green part. Is anybody
That
second
makes
that?
sense.
I'll second.
Without the green, you said? Okay.
This would be a motion to accept the $50,000 in lieu.
Do what now?
This would be to accept the $50,000 in lieu.
Pave lot.
How much does it cost to pave it?
That's the question.
The board has the option of determining that the site plan requirements have been met, approving the site plan, and then there will still be a requirement to satisfy the development agreement with regard to overflow parking. That could occur at a subsequent meeting.
Why don't we do that?
But I thought it occurred with the red and blue. I've asked that question twice, and I was told it did.
Because it is part of their site plan, that is connecting it to this project.
So you just said we'd have to approve it at a later date.
The board can,
He's giving us an
the
option.
board can do this. It is not the recommendation of the staff, but the board can do many, many things.
Well, I think the board should do that.
He's saying we can approve this stuff without the parking lot tonight.
You make a finding that they have met all the requirements of a site plan, this sheet, this sheet.
And then
They've
we'll
done
come
this.
back and work on the parking.
We will come back to you and say they still have a requirement to meet the development agreement.
Work on the parking.
Yeah.
Then work on the parking. I asked that earlier, and you said no.
So her motion takes care of it, and it's seconded by Paul.
Wait a minute, hers doesn't take care of it. She took the green out.
That's
She's
right.
taking, we're striking that bullet out totally on the
Taking that
special.
bullet
Oh, just do the rest of the
and-
site plan.
And
We're
it'll
gonna
still take care of it.
Everything
Just do the
else
rest,
with the
okay.
parking.
Hallelujah.
All
Can
right,
you unplug me? For
Mr. Mayor,
favor?
we got a motion and a second.
All righty
Is
then.
there any other discussion?
No.
Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that gets you going, right? So,
Yes.
I don't know.
It does. Gets them going.
All right.
All right.
So that ends that part of the meeting. I do want to say before we go into closed session that we've got coming up, thank Jason and Julie. I know you guys have been working hard up to the late hour here in helping us with this planning, and tremendous amount of work you guys did, and want to kind of publicly thank you guys for all the work y'all do.
Is today the last
Thank
day
y'all
or
so
tomorrow?
much.
When's the last day?
In 45 minutes.
Tomorrow.
But what a way to go out.
Almost here, be 45 minutes, it'll be last day. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You should give an award to the guy who's leaving right now for staying the distance.
We,
Hung in there. Oh, you picked a doozy, didn't you?
Oh my gosh. Thank you for coming and staying.
we're going to now go right into the last thing, the closed session. I'm going to table 5 and the communication part D.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion to go in closed session.
Second.
I need somebody to read it.
Oh, but for the purpose of
You got it.
Closed session.
closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5, land acquisition, and NCGS 143-318.11A6, personnel.
Okay, I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Is any other discussion? Not. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are going to go into closed session. Robin, if you